Test. Hello, hello. Ladies and ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to get started, please. Now. Could you all please take a seat? Just sit there, yeah.
Where?
Could everybody please take a seat? A couple of housekeeping items that are important. If you would like to have free Wi-Fi, you go to Hotspot and there's no password. The men's washrooms by the elevator are out of service, so if you're a male and you need to go to the loo, please turn left when you leave the doors, and there's washrooms out at the end of the hall. And for those needing a taxi at the end of the day, you can order a taxi down below at the main desk for after the conference. So good morning, everybody. My name is Clarissa Morosky, and I am the CEO of the Reloop platform. And I would like to introduce a couple of members of our team to stand up so you know who we are. We have Anna Larson, please stand up. Anna is the Director of Circular Economy, and we have Samantha Harding, please stand up, wherever she is. Well, I'll find her later. So she's, I think, ushering in some people. We have a bit of a lineup downstairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, at Reloop, our mission is to work with governments, industry, and society to accelerate the global transition to a circular economy. And to do this, we will inform, connect, and inspire governments, industry, and the public sector. Today's event is a manifestation of our mission. Today, in partnership with the European Committee of Regions and the European Federation of Bottled Waters, we have convened this important meeting. In the room today, we have representatives from over 27 countries. We have mainly governments responsible for implementation of new rules set out by the European Union. We also have beverage producers in the room. In addition, we have deposit return system operators from all over Europe. We have material suppliers, and we have 3 companies that are technology suppliers for deposit systems. So we are all here. This event is also being live streamed. So if you would like to share this event with somebody, you can go to any of the Reloop social media sites, and there will be the link for the live stream there. We believe that it is being recorded as well, and we'll provide that recording sometime after the event. So I don't want to take any more time. We prepared this small video to sort of set the tone for the day. So without further ado, please roll it. Okay, so I think that sets the tone for today. I think the decisions have been made, and now we need to talk about implementation. So to officially launch this conference, I'd like to invite our first speaker, which is André van der Nadort, and he is the rapporteur of the plastics strategy on behalf of the European Committee of Regions. Without further ado, André.
Thank you very much. Yes, good morning, everybody. I will introduce myself shortly. I'm André van der Nadort. I'm a mayor in a town, a municipality in the Netherlands, West-Stellingwerf, which is in the north of the Netherlands, a rural municipality. And I'm also a member of the Committee of the Regions. And the Committee of the Regions is an advisory commission for the European Commission. And it consists of members of local and regional governments from all 27 member states. And yes, I was rapporteur on the opinion of plastics in the circular economy. Plastic is a very convenient material. That's why we use it so much. I mean, it's lightweight, it's cheap, it's hygienic, it can keep products fresh. So it's really a good and useful material. But the way we use it is not very good, and we have seen it in the video also. The European Union generates over 25 billion tons of plastic waste every year. And if we look at some facts, some figures, in 2014 only 30% of post-consumer plastics waste was recycled. And it was not all recycled on a very good way. Only 6% of new plastic materials comes from recycling in 2014. And the rest of this post-consumer plastic waste, what has happened with that? Well, 31% is incinerated and 39% is landfill. So all in all, we can conclude it is not so circular. But before we go further, I want to explain what I, in my opinion, has as a definition for circular. And there are, of course, a lot of definitions for circular. I think this is a good one. A circular economy is an economy where the value of products and materials and resources is maintained in the economy for as long as possible, and the generation of waste is minimized. So with that definition, we can conclude that our use of plastics in the economy is far from circular. In my opinion, I signalized the problems for circularity, and we also saw some of them in the video, and I have advised on improvements. Well, there are some key points from my opinion which I will tell you. Of course, as a Committee of the Region, you have said we are very glad with the communication on the European strategy for plastic by the European Commission, because it has to start somewhere. And we also say we really need that ambition. We really need to make an ambition to make the transition towards a circular economy. If we don't make that ambition on a governmental scale in the United States, in the European Union and everywhere, then it will not happen. It's also very important that prevention should be a priority. Prevention in line with the EU waste strategy. So it's first prevention, then reuse, then recycling. And prevention starts with limiting the use of plastics and also by product design. Therefore, we say it is important the role of the producer. So we stress the importance of the role of extended producer responsibility in promoting eco-design. For example, in the Netherlands, we just had last week the outcomes of a survey that a lot of plastic bottles used for soap and washing liquids, etc., is heavier, more heavy. It's a thicker material than is really needed for the use. So we use more plastics, more material than is really needed. And it can go up to 30%. So bottles can be 30% lighter. And it means 30% less material. We also say that an effective separate collecting should be focused on plastic as a material rather than as a product. And last but not least, and I think very important for this morning, we acknowledge, and Frans Timmermans also said it in his video, the achievements of a deposit system, and we suggest for a harmonized EU-level approach. I mean, it is a little bit frustrating buying a bottle in Germany, being back in Holland, and well, the only thing you can do with your plastic bottle is or wait till you go back to Germany and then forget it again, or throw it in the bin. If I summarize my opinion in 2 sentences, it's we need less plastic, so we need less tons of plastic, less material, and we need, that's also important, maybe not for this morning, but also a very important topic, we need less plastics. And with that I mean we need less kinds, less sorts of plastics, because the array of plastic material, different plastics, makes recycling on a high-worthy standard very difficult. Many plastics have additives, and that makes it impossible to, well, when it's put together, to keep it, to throw it out together and get it back in a high-worthy recycling, and you get a low-worthy recycling or you get incinerating. In the design phase, thinking about the reuse and recycling is a very important issue. It should be incorporated. And also in the design phase, you should think about minimizing the use of material. A deposit system, I have seen, and we've seen it in the video also, is a proven system for high-worthy recycling of materials. I will take you some experiences from my own country. We have a, well, unexplainable system, because I can't explain it, but it's a political solution from a few years ago. There is a deposit system for large plastic PET bottles, only for the large ones, so from 1 liter upwards. And we see that 90–95% of those bottles is recycled. The industry has successfully tried to avoid the increase of the deposit system for small bottles. And they have said, well, there's an agreement with the industry, and the industry I mean then the retail industry and the soft drink industry, the Coca-Colas of this world. There's an agreement between those that they will take care for recycling of the small plastic bottles, and the amount of small bottles in litter in streets, parks, woodlands, etc. Will be decreased. And there is a percentage which is the goal. What we see today, a few years later, that there are hardly any large plastic bottles, PET bottles in litter. As I said, more than 90% is returned. But there are also a lot of small bottles. And the percentage of small bottles has hardly decreased. And this year probably it will increase, the amount of small bottles. But litter in the streets, in the parks, in the woodlands is our municipal problem. So that's why you saw the minister in the film, also the Dutch minister, that probably next year also on small PET bottles a deposit system at last will be introduced. A deposit system is a proven system. That's what's said, and I think that's true. But a deposit system can never be the goal. The goal is making plastic a circular product. And for that we have to recycle it, we have to reuse it. But also at the moment, and I think that's what also said in the video, and I also found that out making my opinion, that the deposit systems we have is the best working technology for bringing back material and recycle it in a high-worthy way. We have to do that because we all know the problem. I think you all here know the problem of plastic litter in our streets, in our woodlands, in our rivers, in our oceans. It's a handy product, it's a useful product with many advantages. I would not like to have a ban on all plastics, but yes, we have to use it in a better way. We have to go to less plastics and less plastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you very much. So the European Federation of Bottled Waters certainly stands out as a beverage sector that has been very active on promoting policy to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. Jean-Pierre Defy has been working in the bottled water industry for most of his professional life, and he is the president of the Federation and our co-host. Jean-Pierre, if you please.
Thank you, Clarissa. Good morning to everybody. Yes, I am the representative today of the industry. And on behalf of the European Federation of Bottled Water.
Use this micro.
And move it a little bit right, because you're
No,
not
no.
on the camera.
What?
Put out that micro. This one, yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's better.
I'm not a specialist. I'm not a specialist no, about that. I prefer speaking about the industry of mineral water in Europe. So, of course, I'm very happy to be there to discuss about difficult topic. Because, as you know, our industry is a lot in the media, in the discussion coming from politicians. Sometimes they don't know a lot about it. The governments, the NGOs, a lot of people are speaking about us. I'd just like to remind one thing about us, is from the very beginning we are very concerned about our environment. We take a lot of care about the product, first of all. We are not selling tap water, we are selling natural mineral water, which is pure product. And we have to package it. We have been starting in the past with glass bottles. By the way, the footprint of the glass is not that good. And now we are using PET bottles, which is the best packaging for our product in terms of security, safety, transportation. It's very optimized. Of course, we have to take care about our packaging. We know that. It's a big concern. We are concerned about marine litter, of course. That's why 3 years ago, our federation succeeded in aligning all its members, all our members, to pledge for a big collection rate. Because we were aware that collection is a key issue for us. Key issue for us, collection rate. And to tell the truth, a lot of countries in Europe, mainly in Southern Europe, had quite poor results. In spite of the cost of collection, which was growing year after year. But the collection rate was not growing year after year. So we decided altogether to reach a new objective. very ambitious objective. 90% collection rate in 2025. 90%. And 25% of recycled PET in our bottles. In the same time, the Commission, as you know, were working on that topic, and they launched the Single-Use Plastic Directive. And with a little bit of surprise, we thought that the EU did not have exactly the same objectives as we had. They said 77% of collection rate in 2025 and 90% in 2029. But our industry is still committed, and that's very important what I'm saying, is still committed with 90% in 2025. That's our goal, and we want to reach it by all means, because it's crucial for us. We believe that the high collection rate is not only key to get rid of the litter, but also key to provide us with a good quality of recycled PET. Because if we don't have resources, if we don't have a good collection rate, we won't be able to have 25% or 30%, as is saying the directive, in recycled PET. So, how are we going to proceed? Do we stand with the same system as we have today? In France, in Spain, in Italy, or many countries of Europe, do we stand with the same system? Or do we change the system? And we have to say, as you may know, change is difficult today in many countries, because we are facing a lot of conservative lobbies which are against change. And for us, and our federation, last summer decided to support the DRS process in all the countries where we have poor results of collection. It was quite courageous to say that, because I haven't heard a lot of federations saying the same. We did it because we do think that DRS is the only way to achieve our objectives. 90% collection, 30% of recycled PET in our bottles from 2025, and I understand also some beverage companies have still more ambitious goals. So you will understand that to get this objective feasible, the DRS is the only system, because we have the quantity and we have the quality. That's key for the industry, to get the quality. And of course, DRS, we think, is the best way to get quantity and quality. Because quality, as you know, is key to produce new bottles for our beverage industry, and especially for the water industry. That's why we are pushing the DRS issue in many countries. As you know, France, England, Scotland, maybe Spain, Poland are on the way. It is, I can tell you, a difficult journey. We can speak a lot about the best system, as you know. I think we are going to speak about that today, which will be also very interesting for us. Because there are many DRS systems, different systems, which we have to adapt to the culture of the country. But at the end of the day, we have always a problem to solve, which is a yellow bin. And the yellow bin is not a good friend of us, because there are a lot of fake news about it. I hope we will have all the figures, maybe coming from Clarissa, hope so, to tell us that the yellow bin is not such a problem. Because the recyclers are complaining, municipalities are complaining, they're afraid of deposit. Why to be afraid? So that's the journey where we are in many countries. I can tell you that the federation, our federation, is very motivated with the topic, and we do hope that in short period of time, with the help of everybody, of the countries, of the politicians, of our companies, which are very involved, we will succeed in putting in place the right system, which for us is a DRS, to achieve our goals, which are 90% of collection and 30% of recycled PET. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. There will be a lot of attention focused on DRX in the next few weeks in France as the French National Assembly debates their law, which sets the foundation for circular economy and is effectively enabling legislation for a DRS system. Given the intense activity in the Assemblée nationale today, the Secretary of State to the Minister of Ecological and Inclusive Transition, Brune Poisson, could not be here with us today, but she has been supplied us with a video of a message that she would like to communicate today to the group. So we're going to move to the next video. Inspirational words. Now to Alessandro. I met Alessandro 2 years ago, and in all my 25 years working on DRS throughout the world, I have never encountered a beverage producer who is so passionate about his company's responsibility for the packaging which they sell, and subsequently a real leader and champion for DRS. We are grateful that you could join us today, Alessandro. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Alessandro Pasquale. I'm from Mattoni, 1873. We are the biggest beverage producer in Central Europe and therefore the bigger user of PET in Central Europe. And our roots, our origin are mineral water. Now we produce almost everything. And I'm proud colleague of my president Jean-Pierre in the ExCom of the European Federation. And we are absolutely aligned in the thinking. So I call this the great journey, and the great journey, of course, means leaving from somewhere and going somewhere else. And the journey is the journey to, of course, sustainability, the journey to circularity. Well, I have to say one thing. The starting point was not bad at all. Our industry is has always been an extremely responsible industry. You know, especially mineral water producer, our raw material coming from the nature. So by definition, we protect the nature. We protect what gives us the most pure and beautiful product, and we support the rural area. We always use PET, which is the best material both for food and for sustainability. Is the best recycled material we can have. We always paid and supported the best collecting system, normally kind of green dot style systems, and we also, many of us invested in education, tried to convince the consumer to do the right things. That was the starting point. But at a certain moment, at least in my company, but also in all the industry, around 4 years ago, we realized that that was not enough. Was being between the best in class, doing all the right things was not enough. Was not enough. We had a problem. We had a problem because not all the bottles were returning and too little were recycled. We were not circular. We are not circular, even today. And we have a problem, but we have a solution. And not only for collecting, we have a solution for recycling, we have a solution to reuse it. We can be circular. We have a solution. And the only things, as Clarissa said, we have just to implement it. Seems simple. It is simple because technically speaking, but the pure technical point of view is extremely simple and straightforward. It has been done in many countries. We have the experience. We don't have to invent anything special, if not to improve, as correctly said, the efficiency of the system, because we have also to think about, and we will do it today, what is the most efficient system to reach our target. And in this journey, I have, can we go back one slide? I have identified basically four, how can I say, kind of partners. Of course, we have our industry, we have the institutions, we have the consumer, and we have what I call the other stakeholder. And I will start from them. In the other stakeholder, we can imagine recycler. Recycler, normally, they are not happy when they feel that the stream of waste, they make money on waste. So a stream of waste maybe can be at risk, or they have to invest in different technology. Till today, they have done mostly fibers from PET, and they're not so happy that all what they are doing, they should change. We have even a preform producer that want to move by being a converter to be trader of material, and they also trying to make their own profit on it. We have the existing green dot system that also they are struggling to reinvent their own business and so on. What I want to say very strongly, we have a problem. The problem needs to be solved. Trying to profiting out of a problem is not moral. We have to solve the problem, and then we have to do business as usual. We don't have, I mean, it's unbelievable that there are so many entities that in this changing of environments try to profiting normal to do profit out of a business, but abnormally profiting out of a problem. So that's one of the difficulties in implementing a deposit system, to align with those stakeholders, to make those stakeholders understand that they have to change their business model. Also, we have to change the business model, so what's wrong? Things cannot stay as they used to be, and believe me, those stakeholders are an extremely strong lobbying power, and if the deposit system, or let's say a circular system, is not yet implemented across Europe, it's mostly because of them. It's mostly because they want to resist the change. Then there is another group, let's say, of partners in the journey are the institution. The institution, it's on one side bringing forward great idea, especially by the European Union. I'm very happy and impressed by what the European Union has done so far on this topic. I agree on, let's say, 99% of everything that was being said and done by the European Union. Not always is the same at the local level. The local people have different opinion, and I feel it's lack of sometimes connection. So yes, we marry the ideas, we want to do it, but then we are left a little bit alone by the European Union in this in the struggle, and we need more support from Brussels, and we need more cooperation, help from the governments. Also for the local governments, for the local Ministry of Environment, it's a little bit strange. They're not used. They're used to, it's their, let's say, kingdom, the waste, how to regulate them, and having to deal with private entity, with association, and find compromise. They're not so much used to that. They say, we make the law, we decide, you have to do what we decide. You cannot come with your proposal. They're not used to. But this has to change. We need to be able to sit around the table and compare different solutions and choose the right one. So that's another difficulties in implementing the system. As been said, decision has been taken. Yeah, decisions are on the way to be taken, and there are still many traps on the way, and we have to make sure that we convince the politician, we convince the institution to make the right choice. The most important of all is the industry, and for us, then it's really a great journey. I always say to my partners or my colleagues in the business, most of them agree, some of them still are not convinced or doesn't really know. Changing is always a risk, so they're not so fully convinced, but mostly yes, especially in the mineral water. It's a great journey. It's a journey that return not only in terms of future sustainability of the business, but also on today effectiveness of the business. And I brought some example. One of these is, our people, our employees are the biggest value we have in the companies, and we made an internal internal survey of our people, and on the topic of if they consider their own company as socially responsible, we had the staggering 69 index. Staggering because the average in my country is 48. Only 48% of the employees thinks that their company is a company which is socially responsible, and we are 69. So your people will love the company, and that work with much more enthusiasm. So internally is a great journey. Externally, it's also a great journey. Clarissa, please, can you? Last year, in 2018, our company did the biggest steps in her development. We acquired the PepsiCo business in the region, in Czechoslovakia and Hungary. It should be the main topic which would be in the press as regard my company. Not true. The biggest topic in the press, and mostly or overwhelmingly favorable, was the fact that we were strongly supporting and trying to develop a circular system in the country. Actually, the first topic which was, the number article about our company is the deposit system, and the third, that we move a lot of transport on train, and we reached the 500th train shipped by by our factories. So first and third, and all positive topic is about sustainability. A circular economy is financially sustainable. We know all how it's working at the deposit system. We all went through the economics. It is sustainable. It doesn't cost more than a green dot system. And if we make the old circular system, even the recycled material has a comparable cost like the virgin one. So there is no doubts why not to do it, because even by the financial point of view, we can solve the problem without additional cost, and maybe in the time even some savings. And the last partners in our journey are our consumer. What do the consumer think? The consumer want us to be responsible. The consumer expect from us that we make the right things, which in terms of collection is a deposit system. This is a staggering development in the course of 6 months in Czech Republic, the country where we are working on the topic, where we see that almost every month the public support of a deposit system is growing and is well above 90%. So 90% of the people say that they really want or they would like to have a deposit system. Unfortunately, not all the politicians and all the institutions believe or want to see or want to make the switch and read those numbers, because otherwise they would be all on my side, since they have to make their own voters happy. But this not always happen. So, as I said, it's a great journey, and I hope all in this room, and especially all which are not in this room, because I think that if you're in this room, you agree already, will follow us and many other industry players that decide to embark in this fantastic journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Alessandro. I'd like to take this moment to switch our panels, please, and invite Bettina and Remo to come on down, please. So our next speaker is Dr. Remo Klinger. Now, some of you may know Dr. Klinger as a very well-established lawyer out of Germany. Producers, retailers, and the European Commission, you can sit anywhere, will introduce DRS in compliance with Article 7, the free movement of goods of the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive. Professor Klinger will provide a summary of the decision of the Court of Justice of the European Union related to DRS and the internal market, as well as some guidance for those government bureaucrats in the audience. Please listen, on system design which complies with single market criteria, thereby minimizing potential barriers to trade for importers. Dr. Klinger, take it away. I'll give you your remote. Just press the red button in front of you. Yes, no, the other one. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, and it's okay?
Yeah.
And good morning, everybody. And Clarissa, thank you very much for that. So I'm a lawyer based in Berlin, in Germany, and my profession is famous for saying to the clients that there are general obstacles to make something that way or that way. And let me say very clear here that there are no general obstacles against a deposit system. So that is decided since 2004, and I can say that because I represented in more than 2,000 lawsuits in Germany against the deposit system in Germany, which were filed in the years between 2000 and 2004. I represented the deposit side, and we won all the lawsuits. And that's why I can say very clear, there are no general obstacles anymore in union law. You have to be aware about a few criteria. I would say 5 to 6 criteria, and that's the reason why I would tell you something about the legal situation for DRS. So, how DRS fits legally into the European single market, it's a question I shall answer. And the first question, I don't have to convince you, do we have a problem and why it should fit into the market? We know it already, and you saw the excellent video in the beginning of the session today, and so I can go forward with that at that moment. So why we are focusing on beverage packaging, of course, because of that criteria which I mentioned in that slide here. It has a high material value, and it has a higher potential due to the bottle-to-bottle recycling. Why we're focusing legally on that system? The reason is very clear. We have the plastic directive now, and in Article 9 there are collection targets for single-use plastics, and in Article 6, paragraph 4a, we have recycling criteria for PET bottles, and that's why it's a conviction that these goals can only be achieved with deposit systems. So, but how to go forward with this in legal structures? So we had the German debate in the years 2002 and 2004, and I mentioned more than 2,000 lawsuits in Germany already. And in the end, we got the decision of the ECJ from the 14th December of 2004. The main plaintiffs in Germany were German big manufacturers and foreign manufacturers who complained that there could be an indirect discrimination as German manufacturers who mainly use returnable bottles were favored. And that's why the ECJ said, yes, it can be, it depends on the situation in the country, but it can be an indirect discrimination against these retailers, and that's why we have to look at it if it's justified under environmental grounds, and the ECJ decided already in 2004 that is justified under environmental grounds. In the following, we have the so-called Gorka paper from 2009 from the Commission, which makes a summary of this legal situation, and you can find there all the criteria you need for a deposit system under legal circumstances. In the following years, regarding the directive of 2018, it's very clear in the European law that deposit systems are possible under union law, and there are no general obstacles anymore. And now are the criteria. I would say there are 6 criteria, and if you would go afterwards here with only one slide of my slides at home, then please take this slide, because that's the important one. So I would say there are 6 criteria for a deposit system which works legally. The first 2 are maybe it's one criteria for the first, and the second one you can put them together. So the reason is that the deposit system must be focused on objective criteria and on the content of the can and on the material. On the material, not on the content. That was important. On the material, not on the content. The third one is that you need regular evaluations to examine the effectiveness of the measure. And the fourth one is very important. The country needs a clearing system which exists to compensate the imbalances of the deficits between the firms and the companies. That's very important that the country has this deposit, this clearing system, before it goes in force. That's why the ECJ decided that at least a transitional period of 1 year must be provided for the system, and it should be clearly marked which package is a one-way packaging and which package is a reusable packaging. And if you follow these criteria, then you have no legal obstacles and no legal fears, and I doubt that you will have 2,000 lawsuits in your country. Now I think you will have no lawsuits anymore there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Klinger. So our final speaker before the break is, many of you I think know, is Bettina Lorz. She's a senior expert at the European DG Environment Commission. We wanted Bettina to give a quick overview of all of the policy changes that have occurred in the last 3 years that affect specifically beverage container packaging. So without further ado, Bettina, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Yes, and as I'm asked to, sorry, what now? What?
If you have page.
Voila, here you are. Okay, well, there is a cover page, but I'm asked to keep to 10 minutes, and I will really try my best to do so. And I will also, as is the title of the presentation, focus on the Single-Use Plastic Directive and what it does in relation to beverage bottles and containers, or let's say drink containers to the extent they are packaging more broadly. And a lot of it was already said. So I think this is a bit really framing what are the legal requirements. I found a lot of recognition in what was already said for this, and a lot of points I think we have to continue discussing about. And the devil is in the detail of the implementation, and that's where we are. So we made the proposal for the Single-Use Plastics Directive in 2018 as a commission, and it entered into force this year in July, and member states will have to implement it by 3rd of July 2021. So this is, let's say 1.5 years broadly from here. And you will see that we are working very hard to prepare this implementation. But just to come back very quickly on the content, it was well outlined also by the speaker from the Dutch side of the Committee of the Region. So we will be, maybe this main figure, with the directive, we will be addressing 70% of marine litter. Basically, single-use plastics and fishing gear. So meaning when it is when it is well implemented, there should be 70% less. I mean, that's really, as said, I want to concentrate now on what is the focus here of this talk. Marine litter, we focus on the 10 most found items by counts on the European beaches. The first one here in bold, drinks bottles and their caps and lids, also found separately. And then is also, when you speak of containers and packaging, for beverages, it is also the drinks cups and the cup lids, and they are on the number 8 of the ranking. So now the directive, it's a bit really an exemplary approach to the extent it has a mix of measures, as you by now all know, which is a mix according to, well, on one hand, the possibility to find alternative to the plastic used in the products, because as it was said also, plastic is as such a very useful material. But here the main problem is indeed the littering, which then leads to the marine litter. So for these items, it is to promote the reuse and the fact that prevention, that they don't even are littered, but also to promote the use of more sustainable alternatives in terms of materials where they are available. For some, this is not the case, and so we have a system of as much prevention measures. We have bans for the products where there are clear alternatives. We have consumption reduction targets, extended producer responsibility, awareness raising, labeling, and I will come to that in more detail, in particular where it concerns the end, of course, the collection target and the product design requirements, where it concerns the beverage containers and bottles. And here just put together, so beverage containers and bottles, so they are not, let's say, among the ones for evident reasons which are affected by a ban as such, but there are product design requirements which have to do with the fact that the cups and lids are found separately as a single-use plastic item, which are indeed being littered. We have extended producer responsibility, and I think this wasn't mentioned a lot today, so important element of the producers bearing the cost lastly for the awareness raising and also for the collection of waste and for the prevention of littering. We have the separate collection objective, and this was spoken about quite a lot for beverage bottles, and I will come back to this, and awareness raising measures. For cups for beverage, there are indeed consumption reduction targets, and for cups made of expanded polystyrene, they are also aimed at with the objective, well, with the ban of these cups. There are marking requirements for cups and also extended producer responsibility and awareness raising. So, I mean, as said, I won't go now a lot of detail in the consumption reduction for the cups because that's a bit of, let's say, a side issue. But here again, to focus consumption reduction for us, it is not just to replace this material by another material. It is mainly really focusing on the reuse alternatives to the extent possible. And that is, for example, also shown by the fact that member states may adopt restrictions. They may have consumption, they may have marketing restrictions for the products covered by this consumption reduction, but these marketing restrictions, they shall only be in order to replace, to substitute the products with reusable alternatives or with those that do not contain plastic. So this is in particular looking at the biodegradable, home compostable / and so on, which is all a different subject, and which are plastic-like when they fall under the definition of the directive like other plastics. So there are no exemptions. Now, to come, as said here, the restrictions, I will skip it now. Here more specifically to the beverage bottles and containers. So as said, the design requirement, there will be a standard on tethered cups and lids to remain attached to the bottle, so that it cannot be, let's say, separately littered. And we are, as a commission, to make a standardization request really these days. And then it is to be adopted and worked out by the standardization organization 5 years from the entry into force of the directive, so by 2024. Now there is a target of recycled plastic content of PET beverage bottles, 25% from 2025 onwards, and I was very happy to hear that there are industry commitments to reach already the 30% which we have here for 2030 by 2025. Well, this one is the marking in terms of the cups. I will skip it here. And then there is, as said, awareness raising. There is the obligation to inform the consumers about availability of reusable alternatives. This is in particular and also as part of the extended producer responsibility. And the impact of the littering, and this is applicable also as regards beverage containers and cups for beverage. For example, we see things in supermarkets, I think it was in Germany, that there is really clearly to be informed about whether it's for reuse or for recycling, so all of these instruments are possible. Now, I said extended producer responsibility, here is just again what it contains. So I said producers to fund the cost of waste prevention, waste management, litter cleanup, data gathering, in particular relevant for beverage bottles. And we have in the Waste Framework Directive minimum requirements for how such systems have to be set up, and we are working out guidelines as a Commission, and this will also apply, of course, to the schemes for beverage bottles and containers. Separate collection target, and this very much related to the topic of the discussion today. So 77% by 2025. And by the way, when it was said that, yes, we are more ambitious than the Commission, I should just look back. I mean, the Commission's proposal was 90% already by 2025, but it came to be 77 by 2025, 90% 2029. But of course, if industry is going ahead, all the better. And so also this is supported by the parallel target for plastic packaging recycling, which is being doubled from today 22.5% to 55% in 2030. So here is the overview really of all the measures under the directive. I mean, you will have all this and you will see it, and that is a bit what is our tasks related to it, because I said we have still a bit of time for member states to implement it. They are working at it. The French environment minister was saying now, in particular, what is already going on there. Netherlands, we heard it. So we have to request the standard for the tethered cups. That is underway. We have to present an implementing act on marking and on the separate collection target, so how to calculate it in particular, and how to report and quality check in regard to this target. Because as said, it's for 2025. And on the basis of 2022 figures. So we have to say the act how to calculate it. The same is for measuring the consumption reduction. There we have a bit more time, January 2021. And measuring and verifying the target on recycled content, we have to come with an implementing act by 2022. And as much as the acts on reporting and quality check reports on this recycled content. There are also guidelines being worked out on EPR cost coverage. Here's no deadline. I should say that work on this all is underway, and many of you will have been already consulted. We are starting off with, which is not mentioned here, guidelines on what is plastic, single-use plastic product covered by the directive, which is a bit of, let's say, the starting point. But all these acts are being prepared. We have a study ongoing, and which involves a number of stakeholder workshops, large consultations, and so I would like to conclude with this. If any of you would not have heard of it and felt concerned by one or the other item, then please contact us. And I should say certainly that my colleague Anna Bobo-Remain, who is overseeing the implementation of all this, is sitting here, and she would actually have been much more expert to give this presentation. Also, Maya de Grey, who is very much interested, who is a colleague working on packaging, and very much now, of course, looking at all the analysis also in relation to the deposit return schemes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Bettina, for summarizing a lot in 10 minutes. So this takes us to our first coffee break. So please, we're going to keep it short, no more than 17 minutes. And a special thank you to our sponsors of our food. Today, we have Envipco, RVM Systems, Tomra, and Matoni. Thank you very much for supplying funds so we can eat and drink. For those on the live stream, we'll be back in 20 minutes.
It's working. Yeah, okay. Welcome to the session about the legislation. DRS systems are subject to the provisions in the laws in member states, even those ones that are national voluntary schemes, like in Norway, in Finland. The intention of this session is to list and summarize all the necessary elements that should be placed in the legislation to secure that the desirable environmental outcome is secured. And the set of provisions related to the legislation has evolved since 1994, when the first European deposit system for single use was introduced in Sweden. That's why we thought that we would let the newest deposit systems, the planned deposit system, to present their legislation today. Based on your input from the registration, you filled the survey and questions. We also noticed that you were extremely interested in the implementation and timeline. And we would also like the speakers to address this topic. Let us start with Malta, move to warmer European island from Brussels. Mark Muscat, welcome. Your biggest project right now in your agency is related to the implementation of the deposit system, right?
Yes. Good morning. Apologies for the voice. I have a cold. Okay, that's the one. Just to give you an idea about the timelines of the DRS. In 2016, because it's important to understand timelines, 2016, government decided to introduce a deposit refund scheme, to look into a deposit refund scheme. So a team was set up where we tried to identify exactly the waste streams, because as we heard before, we have a lot of comments coming from recycling companies that it's going to take material away from recycling company. So we collected a lot of data to understand really where the waste is going, how much of it is going into litters, how much containers are in litter, how much containers actually get recycled, how many containers end up in mixed waste. And having the data, then the story was much more clear. We estimated that about 10% of all the containers were being recycled. All the rest were being lost all over the place, with the smaller containers in particular being a major contributor to littering and obviously to marine litter, because the small containers are the containers that are consumed on the go. The big containers are consumed at home, so it's easy to recover. But the small containers were a problem. So we then looked as well at what kind of technologies were around, what kind of best systems were in place, because there is a lot of best practices. We were not inventing anything new. We could look at what has been done. And then in 2017, when government announced that they are intending to introduce, definitely through legislation, a deposit refund scheme, we made our first informal contact with the industry. We believe that this is something that should be managed by the industry, because it's for the industry, because it falls under what we call an extended producer responsibility. So it is best that we work in that direction. So in 2018, what we did is, having collected the first set of informal information from the industry, we launched our public consultation process. It was a short consultation process. That's the advantage of having a small country. You don't need to do a year of consultations. We did a 3-month consultation. We received all the necessary feedback. We publicized the feedback. And one of the most interesting, of course, submissions was we received a feedback from the consortium of all the major producers, the major importers, and the major retailers that were looking at implementing the system themselves. So towards the end of the year, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the consortium. And during this year, actually, we set about redrafting the regulations together so that we have a proper set of regulations regulations are basically control systems. So we need to have a control system that gives us feedback as fast as possible so that we can manage it better. So if there are overshoots or undershoots, we can taper it better. And at the end of the day, we really focused on the concept of an extended producer responsibility. Today, we have arrived to, we have finished these regulations and we have sent them, being a technical regulation, to the Commission under the Directive 1535. Malta is now in the sending period and we should be receiving the final outcome on the 5th of December. So far, we've had a couple of clarifications, nothing serious. We replied. So the plan now, the way forward is on 5th of December, we should have the regulations in hand. The regulations will take a form of a license agreement where we're going to license the operators to carry out the implementation. By the end of 2019, in fact, the idea is to finish off the sign off the license agreement. The license agreement is already drafted. It's an integral part. It was sent over as well to the Commission to make sure that everything is as transparent as possible. During 2020, the agency will work as close as possible with the consortium, who have now taken form of 3 associations of the local producers, the Association of Beverage Importers, and the Association of Retailers. These 3 associations together will be implementing the system. Our job now is to collaborate with them. In fact, we established what is called an advisory committee between the 2, so that we can work together and facilitate the process, so that by the end of 2020, we come to a situation when we can close and really get the system up and running. We are also, the regulations, although they are intended primarily for single use, we also wanted to try as much as possible to maintain a level playing field. So we also ask anyone who is managing a refillable system to register with the agency, not be part of, obviously not to be exempt from the single use, but to be able to submit to us the same kind of performance that single use is required to achieve. So if we are aiming for very high targets in terms of collection of single use, we want to see a high efficiency in refillables as well. Otherwise, we will defeat the whole system. At the end of the second quarter, all importers and retailers and producers will then be invited to register, so that we will start registering every product that's going to be placed on the market. In our system, obviously, once the system is in place, it shall be illegal to place any product which is not registered on our system, either as a refillable or as a single use. So it's either registered with the association that is going to be running the plant, or it has to be registered with the agency directly if it is a refillable system. The regulations themselves, since we finished drafting them and discussing them in middle of 2019, had to reflect the new requirements as established in the Single-Use Plastic Directive. It had to reflect as well the revised Waste Framework Directive, and it had to reflect the Packaging Waste and Packaging Waste Directive. They became technical regulations because we had to take out from the packaging regulations all the beverage containers under a separate set of regulations. The reason why we did this, because we placed a lot of focus on Article 8A of the Waste Framework, a fully fledged extended producer responsibility. And that was really what we really put our focus on. So the regulations oblige everyone to be a member, irrespective of the size. However, there has to be an arm's length between the investors and the participants. The payments have to be reflective of what is being placed on the market. We are a small country and we cannot have multiple competing systems. Economically, we had carried out immediately an economic model and they would fail. If we had to have competing systems, there is no place. So we presented one where, even as explained in the extended producer responsibility under the Waste Framework Directive, if there is the majority, the significant majority of all the players forming an association to manage their waste, as long as they do not treat with, everyone is treated with a certain level of transparency, then they should take over that responsibility. And that is, in fact, what we have concluded. And that's what is, at the moment, in the hands of the Commission, so that we ensure that the system is implemented throughout the next year. Thank you.
Let's move to the north of Europe. Scotland started legislative process, if I remember correctly, 2009. And you will have implementation 2021, right? Welcome, Claire Munro, Communication Director. Sorry. And Startup Director, Zero Waste Scotland.
Do I get my, can I see my slides from here? Good morning. So my name's Claire Munro. I'm the Communications Lead for Scotland's Deposit Return Scheme. This is going to be a reasonably brief canter through the scheme. So we have got a dedicated website, depositreturn.scot, with lots of information about our planned scheme. So I would urge you to check that out as well after the session. I'm joined today by my colleague Donald McCalman, who's also going to tell you a bit about how the scheme will work. And we're here as representatives of Zero Waste Scotland. For those of you not familiar with Zero Waste Scotland, we're a not-for-profit environmental organisation funded by the Scottish Government and the European Regional Development Fund. And we exist to provide leadership around the responsible use of products and resources, with a particular focus on tackling climate change. So I'll tell you a bit about the legislative backdrop to Scotland's deposit return scheme. The development of the scheme should really be seen in the context of a lot of environmental legislation that's been passed by the Scottish Parliament in the last 10 years. In particular, a piece of legislation that's currently enjoying its 10th anniversary, the Climate Change Scotland Act, which was the most ambitious piece of climate change legislation in the world at the time. But importantly, it also allowed for the setting up of a deposit return scheme. So, what happened next? Well, the next big deadline really was in September 2017 when the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, announced as part of her programme for government that Scotland would be committing to introducing a deposit return scheme for cans and bottles. In May of this year, our Environment Secretary, Rosanna Cunningham, who you may have seen in the video a wee bit earlier, she introduced the design of the scheme, which Zero Waste Scotland had advised on. And on the 8th of September, just 2 months ago, the regulations which lay out how the scheme will operate was introduced to the Scottish Parliament. Those regulations are currently being scrutinised by our Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee, with a final report due to be published from the committee on the 10th of December. On the same day, results of a stakeholder consultation into the DRS will also close. So at that point, there'll be a pause for review. The Scottish Government will consider any changes or recommendations to the legislation. And then after Christmas, we expect the regulations to be laid again in the Scottish Parliament for MSPs to hold a final vote on. I think the important thing for us in our sort of legislative journey has been the existence of that primary legislation dating back to 2009 has meant that the legislative journey has been comparatively smooth because all MSPs, that's members of the Scottish Parliament, are being asked to consider at this stage is how the scheme will operate rather than the principle of whether we have a scheme or not. That's already been established. So just to describe to you the key components of Scotland's scheme quite briefly. First of all, the materials that we'll collect will be PET plastic bottles, metal cans and glass bottles. The level of the deposit for consumers that they'll pay on the single-use containers they buy has been set at 20 pence. Consumers can take back their containers to any shop or takeaway restaurant in Scotland. We estimate that means at least 17,000 return points across the country. Also, online retailers are included, and there will be the opportunity for community organisations or publicly funded organisations such as schools to get involved as well and to potentially act as return points for the scheme. Consumers, when they bring their bottles or cans back, will have a range of options. They'll be able to hand them over the counter. They'll be handled manually by the retailers. They will have a reverse vending machine option in some areas, or they can use a take-back service for an online retailer. At that point, the materials will be collected for recycling, and we have put into regulation a target of 90% capture for all materials, and that's up from approximately 50% at the moment, so it's a substantial increase. The scheme will be a form of extended producer responsibility. We've been quite clear about that that's the basis for this scheme. So drinks producers will have the responsibility for the scheme. They can choose to discharge that responsibility collectively by forming a scheme administrator. And at that point, Scottish ministers would consider any applications to form a scheme administrator. And a final point about the type of scheme, it will be funded through 3 sources, a producer fee, the sale of the materials collected, and any unredeemed deposits. Those are the key components, so I'll hand over to Donald, who'll tell you a bit more about that.
Thank you, Claire. So it's pretty obvious we've got grand ambitions to deliver a very highly performant scheme, and yes, it certainly has taken inspiration from many of the excellent schemes already in operation across Europe. But the combination of items that we've incorporated into our scheme for us are unique because we've never done it in Scotland before. Maybe 30 years ago we had a rough and ready version. But then on the context of what we're trying to achieve here, there are some certain elements of the legislation that I thought I'd pick out as quite interesting, challenging implementation areas. In the first instance, we have to focus quite a lot on online delivery collection. More than 10% of retail sales in Scotland are delivered online. We're working with retailers to get into the guts of the extent to which that comes back through the online channel. But the Scottish Government recognises there's a very high dependence on online deliveries by a large percentage of the population. Many people just can't get out. And they do not want the scheme to disadvantage those people who make use of online deliveries. So the legislation will require any online deliveries to take back from the point where they make that handover, be it on the doorstep or at a drop point. So the regulations acknowledge that's quite a challenging proposition for retailers. And it's opened up a number of different flexibilities, a number of different changes compared with the ability to take back in physical locations. We're dealing with large stores who operate an online delivery model anyway, all the way up to pure play online models, many of organisations of which don't have actually any presence in Scotland and so have to rely on third parties to do local delivery. So, for example, the legislation will, in this case, require only to take back what you sell. That's a wee bit different from the physical points. And it opens up a range of different options that could be done. So retailers can use their own delivery vehicles that have turned up with the goods in the first place. They can ask third parties to do it. And there's certainly the option of the scheme administrator logistics service, which will probably be passing in the first place anyway, to be able to do that. And consumers will probably have to buy the items like bags and tags themselves and get that refunded through the deposit route. The second point to deal with is the challenge in geography. I'm sure many countries here represented today have, in their own words, challenging geographies, but in our case we have 2% of our population living on the islands. There's about 100 of those which are populated in total, and 2% of our return points will be on islands. There's about 20 ferry routes, some of which can take 2 hours. So getting emptied containers back from those locations is a bit of a challenge. Those challenges of life in those parts of the world have already been recognised by the Scottish Government. Last year, they introduced one of the world's first place-based laws, the Islands Bill, which recognises the unique challenges of living and operating in those parts of the world, and amongst other things required new legislation to effectively test whether or not that new bill coming out is deemed to have an effect on those communities which is significantly different from the impact of elsewhere. So it's almost like trying to island-proof the legislation. And our bill, the DRS bill, is one of the first pieces of legislation to go through that. So the colleagues in the team have visited 7 islands so far to host engagement and communication sessions. And on Monday, there is an online webinar. I don't know if I'm allowed to promote that, but Claire will be starring to contact and get in touch with some of the islands who we couldn't physically get to. Some of the challenges, probably no surprise, getting return containers off those islands. In the summer, the ferries are booked months in advance with tourists. How we ensure we've got adequate coverage and location of return points. And clearly the scheme administrator will have some commercial challenges in terms of covering large distances for a relatively low volume. Finally, very quickly, the ageing population challenge. Most other countries in Europe are facing it as well. One of the implications of that is that our older generation, particularly in the UK and Scotland, rely on a local shop network. And we probably have a very broad distribution of smaller shops, perhaps broader than maybe other European countries. So a key strategic feature of the legislation was to ensure that it should be as easy to take back a container as it is to buy it in the first place. And there's no restrictions indeed on what you can take back as well. So very much focused on the rights of consumers. Retailers can apply for exemptions and point their customers to another shop who may have the capability or the space even to take back in larger volumes. But that assessment process has to, again, bear in mind the limitations of consumers. We're in the middle of testing that process and data collection exercise. And it's likely that an exemption would only be granted if you're a relatively short walk away. Again, think of an older person coming down to take back containers. And obviously accessibility at the actual return points in terms of RVMs, locations, ramps and so on is a key part of what the government is trying to roll out. Claire's touched briefly on some of the legislation already. I won't talk about the timetable at the top, which is the process in the next few weeks, and months indeed, where finally the legislation will become law in Scotland. As Dr. Klinger mentioned earlier on, we're absolutely following the minimum 1 year implementation period. We're right in the middle of a two-pronged process at the moment, working with colleagues in industry to develop the detailed operating model, but also working with colleagues in industry to encourage them to set up the separate legal entity that will become the scheme administrator to run the scheme. And then we'll move through the overall build phase, still with an intent, as per our Cabinet Secretary, who you saw earlier on in the video, to go live within the lifetime of the current Parliament. It is a challenging timescale. We're the first country in the UK to declare a climate emergency, and we have very high rates of support. Our own surveys indicate well over 70% of citizens in Scotland are supportive of a DRS. So over the next few weeks, the balancing act will be between the pragmatics of making sure we have a very successful go-live, but also recognising this is something which is very important to the people and the politicians of Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCalman. Let's move to Slovakia. Slovakia is the first European country with the specific act of law on deposit systems. Jan Drap from Institute for Environment Policy will present the legislation and also implementation timing.
Can I have a presentation? Okay. Hello, everybody. Great to be here. So I will present our legislation and also our what we brought to the process. We, as analysts and economists, we were from the very beginning in this process of implementing DRS in Slovakia. So a short timeline. There is a tradition of deposits on some glass bottles in Slovakia. So this issue of having a deposit refund system was present in the public debate for all the years. There, even in 2003, there was first initiative. There was written law, but it never reached the parliament. But beginning last year, the plastic waste became a major issue, as you know, in the EU and also in Slovakia, with some pictures of river dams filled with plastic bottles. So there was a strong public awareness. And the minister asked our institute to prepare a cost-benefit study on implementing DRS in Slovakia. In November, the study was published, and it sparkled a debate in Slovakia whether to implement or not to implement DRS, which ended this year in September when the law finally passed the National Council. was not probably the specific Slovakia, but it's in every country, is the clash of the stakeholders. While the population overwhelmingly support DRS by 86% according to poll, the producers protested and they declined to participate in formulating the law initially. But all it changed in the interdepartmental common procedure when majority of producers started to be cooperative. What is, I think, important that our study was accepted by all the parties, that the numbers are correct, and once argumented that it's too much to pay for deposit refund system, and the other ones argumented that it's not so much. So it was really breakthrough that we had something that we could debate on and not to debate whether one side is right or not, if this number is 10 times bigger or smaller. So by the end now we are in a situation that only small share of predominantly domestic retailers are still fundamentally disagree with the law, and the fact is that the final act is based on the principles from our study. So which are the principles? And we were inspired by Scandinavian model. We wanted to have a strong central authority. We do not have so great experience with competitive system or less centralized system from EPR schemes. We wanted to have it as much flexible and market-driven as possible. We wanted to have a 90% return rate target, that it should focus on targets, and all costs should be borne by the producer, so no state involvement, no retailer involvement. There should be mandatory involvement of retailers in take-back, but only limited, not to say that everybody, even small sellers, should take back the bottles per se. And so far, only one-way plastic and metal beverages containers are involved, because this is the cheapest system. If you have only one-way plastic and metal, this is the most lean system that you can have. So administrator should be owned by the producers, and we do not have and did not want to have, and we do not have any specific market shares in legislation that who should settle the administration by the shares, because we know that there would be dispute if it is this company has really that share, so it would be endless debate. And we didn't want to make up something new. We drew an inspiration from the legislation from Lithuania mostly, and partly from Estonia. So we basically took their legislation and modified it to our environment. Okay, so this is a simplified structure. I think, like Anna mentioned, it's one law, one act. It's a standard act, I would say, but I'm not a lawyer. But what is interesting that there is a decree of the minister, and some information, some provisions are only in the decree. And in the decree there is a labeling, like how should it be labeled. This is this EN code. There is a graphics and text. And there is settled only minimum deposit, so minister will declare only minimum deposit, and the administrator will decide which will be the real deposit and what type of packaging is under the system. So, as I mentioned, only one-way plastic and metal beverage packaging from 0.1 to 3 liters. Beverages, which is defined in Slovak legislation as something that has more than 80% share of water, and this means that it includes beer, wine, and juices, but excluding spirits, oils, and milks that are not considered beverages but food. Only minimum deposit defined, as I mentioned. It should be labeled by text, graphics, and EN code. That should be domestic. And there are no provisions on RVM, so we do not say that this kind of retailer should have RVM and this kind of can have manual, nothing like it's all up to administrator, that how the administrator will define. So, and our idea is that the targets, strict fines, and flexibility will set up optimum system. So the targets and fines. The targets were the compromised producers. In this interdepartmental discussion, there were changes, like in the years. So now you can see that 90% for plastic will be 2027 and for metal 2029. They aim of fines, which are very tightly connected with targets is not to raise funds but to secure functional system. The main fine of the law is 4,000 euros per ton under the target, which is non-arbitrary, so there will be no court or whatever setting which will be like we have bad experience in Slovakia that there are fines like from 5,000 euros to almost 500,000, and there is up to somebody to decide where should it be. So this is very specific, not arbitrary. And if you calculate it, it means a fine of 1.3 million euro if 1% is under the target, according to our calculations. So it's pretty strict, and we believe that these strict fines will altogether with targets and all the flexibility we provide to administrator, that it could produce really functional system. Also, we had an issue that one particular stakeholder declared that they would sabotage the system and they would not participate in any way, and they would pay any fine because the fines in the act of waste are very low. So the similar fine also applies if producer, distributor, or administrator would not participate or they would sabotage the system. So they would pay this fine for all the material they sell annually. So they would have to participate. Okay, this is the same slide. Okay, so, and how to secure optimal handling fee, this was the other issue. All the retailers have to apply deposits on beverage packaging. So if you buy same bottle in every place in Slovakia, there you will pay the deposit, but not everybody will have to take back the empty beverage packaging. So, but only those with sales area greater than 300 meters squared are obliged to take back. For the rest, it is voluntary. But according to our calculations, this will be insufficient. What is great that it will be insufficient. It will mean that the administrator will have to make agreement with other retailers to reach the targets and to not pay those great fines. But the Act says also that the handling fee has to be non-discriminatory, so they cannot have a higher handling fee with these extra retailers and some small handling fee with those that are obliged to take back anyway. They have to have the same one. So we believe that this should secure optimal handling fee for all the retailers in Slovakia. Either they will be obliged or not obliged, or they would participate voluntarily in this take back. So what were the needed changes elsewhere? Basically, Act on Waste concerning separate collection. We have some standards of collection and collection targets, and also packaging recycling targets, which should be reduced as this PET is moving to another system. Also Act on Waste deposit fees and a regulation defining the level of rates of charges for waste disposal and details, blah, 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 of revenues from charges. This is basically everything is connecting to that we take one part of waste from separate collection and municipal waste to the deposit refund system. So where are we now? In December, we'll start the call, evaluation and selection of the operator of DRS, so surcharge system. There will be next 2 years for building the system, and in January 22, the DRS will be implemented fully in Slovakia, so all the bottles will be under the deposit. Okay, thank you very much, and you can find our study Real Price of Deposit, including technical annex and some other annexes.
Mr. Muscat, Mr. Drab, I would like to ask you about your experiences from the notification procedure. So what comments from EU Commission and EU countries did you receive with regards to the compliance with the EU law and internal market?
In our case, we have received 3 clarifications. We have received 3 requests for clarifications. One of them was related to food safety, actually, of the recycled material, but as our laws are aligned, our regulations are aligned with the packaging and packaging waste regulation, it is not intended to go forward into the food safety aspect of it. At the first, we are collecting it and we are recycling it into another material, not necessarily recycling it for food. There's no obligation in that respect. Another area was on the reusables, whether there will be any barriers to trade on if foreign companies had to foreign importers or had to implement a reusable system, refillable system. We have no problem with that. All they have to do is they have to register. They have to show us the logistic systems, how it's working, where those bottles are actually going, and how we are making sure they're being refilled in whichever country they're being refilled. But any exporter wants to send a refillable system to the island will have to register in the system and show us how the logistic systems work. And the other one was we have in our system for beverages that are consumed on location restaurants and things like that, the regulation does not allow for the retailer to charge the deposit. So he cannot charge the deposit because he's keeping the container. In that case, he keeps the containers, and then the operator, the administrator, will work on the logistics to collect all his bottles and refund him in that system. But apart from that, we had no further queries.
Mr. Job.
Okay, so we had one dispute, and it was on the information in decree that the producers will be obliged to sign the beverage containers with domestic barcode, which was, according to European Commission, not in line with free market. But our argument was that we are small, open and inland economy, with basically, apart from small border with Ukraine, all the borders are with Schengen countries, and about 15% of people buy their food, their products from abroad. So there is a great danger of bottles that are not under the DRS in Slovakia to be returned and to be redeemed the deposits. So the system would go into major debt. So this is our first argument. The second argument was that these domestic barcodes are sort of affecting a market also in other countries, like in Finland. They only accept with domestic barcodes already, but it's not in legislation. It works like that there are different fees for producing with domestic and international barcodes in Lithuania, Norway, and Estonia. So this was our second argument, and the third was like that it's not something some extra costly, because it doesn't have to be on the same etiquette. It can be a sticker, and it works like that already in Slovakia, that you have like foreign beers, for example, and there is a foreign etiquette, but Slovak barcode is printed on some sticker and stick on the bottle. So it can be done in lower cost than printing extra etiquettes for Slovak market for all the beverages in Slovakia. So these were our main arguments, and European Commission accepted it, and the dispute was closed.
Mr. McCalman, you are director for the system implementation. What would you say about balance between detailed legislation and freedom of the system operator to design the system based on the cost efficiency manner?
I could probably say lots, but you won't give me that amount of time. So I think it is a balance between the legislation reflecting what the Parliament and indeed the consumers and citizens within the country want, which is very high support of a DRS, with the need to have a commercially efficient system in place. And the legislation in some cases is quite defining, because that's an important area of topic for the government. In other areas, it deliberately more relaxed, or certainly more capable of different interpretations, because either that's because it's perhaps of less importance, but also it's recognising that it's down to industry with the expertise and skills that they have to come up with the detailed implementation designs and solutions to make that part of the legislation work effectively. And that's why we've been doing a lot of work with various working groups and committees and groups with industry to ensure we get that balance as we go into the detailed design of the operating model. But underpinning everything is obviously the intent and desire from all parties to ensure that the fundamental targets of the scheme are met by the end state solution, and clearly producers will want to make sure, as part of their extended producer responsibility, that is delivered as efficiently as they can.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move to the next session, which is really looking at system operations. To head up this session, we've included Anna Larson, Reloop's Director of Circular Economy, as the first speaker to give a short introduction to, legislatively speaking, operationally speaking, what is happening across Europe. So I'm just going to pass the torch over to Anna, and she's going to give you a quick overview of Europe. Anna? Yeah.
We would like to give you some introduction about the deposit systems in Europe, deposit systems for single-use beverage containers. All of those systems contribute to very high collection rates, and this is the percentages counted of the put-to-market beverage containers counted per unit. Those systems also contribute to high-quality recycling, material recycling, thanks to the eco-design and specification that allows for recyclability. What is the context and comparison to other systems? Well, some weeks ago we had a big scandal in Swedish media revealing that 80% of our plastic packaging goes for incineration. There has also been on news that only 29% of the Belgian bottles go for real material recycling. So in the context of that, the system performance of the deposit schemes are really interesting to look up to. We have also some data with regards to the performance, environmental performance. We know, based on the existing life cycle assessments, that those systems are much better for the environment, contribute to a lower carbon footprint compared to curbside systems and brink systems. The first European system was for single-use beverage containers introduced in Sweden. Sweden has got a lot of credits today from France. I'm happy to be the user of the Swedish deposit system. And what are the common denominators? What is the standard European deposit system? So first of all, this is basically the system that is centralized, where the system operator has ownership of the material, ownership of unredeemed deposit, and is basically a clearinghouse. There is only one exception, and that is Germany. Majority of the European systems are managed by the producers. They have control of the costs. They take full financial and organizational responsibility for the system. Also one exception, Croatia, when the National Fund of Environment is the system operator. Majority of European systems are based on the return-to-return principle, because that has proven to be the best. People go to the supermarkets, shops, selling points anyway, and they can easily return their containers there. Also, almost all the systems use the EAN code as the identification, used both during reporting phase and to calculate the recycling and collection. Majority of the systems, 8 of them, are obligatory by law. Also the ones that are going to be implemented are obligatory by law. There are 2 systems in Europe, Finland and Norway, that are voluntary, and they are triggered by the very high environmental fee that is imposed on the producers if they do not comply with the recycling rates. Quite interesting model, maybe for other packaging fractions. Packaging system in the European frameworks, duo, plastic and metal, often also glass. We get questions about Tetra Pak. We are looking into it, and hopefully alongside the conference materials, we will be able to provide you with the information about the experiences of the systems that have Tetra Pak included within some weeks. And products in the deposit systems, several product types, some starting from water, soft drinks, juices, and some jurisdictions like in Finland also refer to the strong alcohols. Also Romania and Scotland will follow that path. Now I would like to give word to Mr. Bernd Lagerman. director of the Swedish deposit system, the very first system for single-use beverage containers in Europe.
Thank you, Anna. Right, that's me. Thank you for being here. I'm delighted that after running the deposit system for 35 years, well, I haven't run it, but we have run it for 35 years in Sweden, that we are now talking about it on a European basis. And in very short minutes, I'm supposed to be talking about the background, the legislation, how we operate, and so on. It's going to be a quick presentation, but as always, you're always welcome to come and visit us in Sweden. Why we started, and this is probably the difference between the Swedish market and most others. We actually have never converted a market from being without deposit to deposit, because it was actually starting with the introduction of the aluminum can in Sweden. The producers wanted to introduce aluminum can, which was not existent, and actually the lawmakers were saying, no, we don't want a one-way can, we want to ban it. So the solution, and the lawmakers were worried about the increased littering that would create. So instead, the industry came back and said, why don't we create a deposit system which is similar to the one that the brewery's been running since 1885 in Sweden. So had been running a deposit return system for glass for 100 years. Why don't we create a similar system for the aluminum can? Lawmakers allow that, and then we started the system in 84. Actually, the original law was back to 82. 94, we had the same discussion regarding PET. And then we were allowed to start a system for one-way PET. So the initiators were really the packaging industry, together with the Brewery Association and the grocery trade. So that's really the background. But that also means that we did never convert a PET bottle without deposit system into a deposit system. So we don't have that experience. Others have that. The law, or what we say the deposit ordinance, of course, it's a little bit longer, but it's not much longer than this. But it actually says anyone who has a business bottles ready-to-drink beverages in plastic bottles or metal cans, or as a business imports ready-to-drink beverages to Sweden in plastic bottles or metal cans, shall ensure that the bottle or can belongs to an authorized return system. It also says that stipulates that anyone that is selling, also the trade, needs to belong, that the products belong to the system. The law does not say anything about who needs to take back. It doesn't say that you as a seller, a store, need to take back. We just has to ensure that we have a system that works. So that's quite important. There are also two exceptions. One is that if the product, the majority of the content of the product is juice-based or milk-based, it does not need to belong to the system. However, we as a system, we actually in 2015, we allowed actually syrups to be part of our system, and as of 2018, we also allowed fruit-based juices into our system, but it's not mandatory by law. But interesting enough, we have more than 200 products now in our system, and actually producers and trade really want these products to be part of the deposit system, whereas outside of it. Our owners today is split between the Swedish Brewery Association, 50%, and I will also mention that in the Swedish Brewery Association also the mineral water and the soft drink suppliers are organized in the Brewery Association. And together with the Swedish grocery trade. So those are our owners. And we always had the support of the grocery trade and of the producers from the beginning of setting up our system. If you look at our collection, 94% of our volume comes through the grocery trade. 3,100 retailers with about 5,100 RVM machines. And you see there on the picture typical location. As I said, 94% of volume goes through there. We also have what we call Pantamera Express, and Pantamera, that is actually a brand name that we use. We are actually more known in Sweden as Pantamera than Retupac, because we market that in all our communication with the consumers, and so that's why they know us. We put out Pantamera Express, which is a bulk machine where you actually can empty full sacks of bottles and cans directly, so you don't need to single hand, each individual container. We put them out at municipality recycling centers. And the reason for that is that we don't want to compete with the trade, but this is also something that consumers are asking for, because it's making it easier for their handling. But then we also have other collection. This is the remaining 6%, and that is about 9,500 collection points, which could be anything from traffic stores, restaurants, pizzerias, camping sites, skiing resorts, wherever the fun is, wherever the action is, wherever we actually consume beverages. That's where we need to be and collect. Even though it's small volume, it's important that we are at those locations. But again, remember, in the law it says nothing about how collection needs to be done. That's probably because the origins is back to 1984. Our logistics, we plan the logistics from Retupac. However, it's operated by third parties. So we have collection trucks going from the grocery trade, where we have separate compartments for metal and PET. I think that's important, because then you don't blend the materials. So it's already separated from start. We go to intermediate warehouses, and then we from there have volume trucks. And you can see one behind in the picture that goes to our site. And then we have other collection that is through wholesale or producer backhaul, and that is really where we are not in such densely populated areas. We rather backhaul because it doesn't make sense to do it ourselves. We also having sustainable transport. 98% is running on fossil fuel. It's important that we are not, diminishing, the benefits of the deposit system by running on diesel or whatever. And we have actually also calculated that our system brings a value of 165,000 CO2 equivalents a year, compared to if we would use virgin material. Some highlights. We got one site where we sort everything that's coming in, 70 people. We got a little bit more than 5,000 articles in our system, and that is steadily increasing. We took back a little bit more than 2 billion cans and bottles last year, and we have a turnover of 3.1 billion Swedish crowns. And those 2.05 billion cans and bottles can translate into 8,500 tons of aluminum that we sell to can sheet manufacturers in Europe that make new can sheet, which then becomes new cans. We sell about 22,400 tons of PET directly to a recycler that is on our premises next to us. So all of that is going is being recycled, and then it's being reused either in the manufacturing of new bottles or for other uses. We also take care ourselves of the closures, which are made of HDPE, and that is also then being sold and so. Then you may wonder, why do we only in Sweden have a recycling rate of 85%? And that's because of him. You see, in Norway, they got high taxes. We have high taxes in Sweden, but they got even higher taxes, packaging taxes, sugar taxes. Of the sales in Sweden, 15%, 15% of the sales in Sweden actually is purchased by Norwegians and is actually moving across the border. So in our sales, we got 15% going to Norway. Of that, about 1/3 or 5% comes back to Sweden when the Norwegians come back for the next journey. However, about 10% is actually disappearing into and is recycled either at infinitum or are recycled. Then we also lose some 3% in normal metal and plastic collection that we have in Sweden, where people are not using the deposit system, but actually for the new normal curbside. But we would say for Swedes, consuming in Sweden, then the collection rate is about 95%. And lastly, what we think of key factors for our success is we have uniform products. It's products that are designed for recycling. We have 100% material recycling. There is no waste. Well, there is the label. The label is still a waste, but we are working on that. Encouraging communication to consumers, that's been with us all the time. Collection and recognition through machines, and then what we think a reasonable deposit, relatively low compared to some other markets, but it works well. Thank you.
I can see a lot of blue and yellow colors, which resemble the flag of Sweden. Is it so that the deposit system in Sweden is the best export good?
Well, I won't say that, but I mean, the blue and yellow are our colors at Pantamera, of course. And we also think that we are the best deposit system.
No. No doubt about that. Let's move to your neighbor. I would like to give word.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, I'm presenting the Finnish DRS Palpa. We call it Palpa. It's Suomen palautuspakkaus Oy, and it's easier to say Palpa. And our slogan is 1.9 billion environmental acts in a year. That tells you the volume of the returns in 1 year. Palpa shortly, company was established in 1996 for beverage can, and then PET came in 2008, one-way glass 2011. History in Finland is still longer. Bengt told there's 100 years history in Sweden, but we have almost 50 years or in Finland as well for the refillable glass bottles. Beer was bottled in glass bottles since 50s, and it had the deposit. The market was dominated by the state monopoly for the liquor sales, Alko, and Alko also dictated how the beer was packed and how it was sold, how it was priced, how it was taxed. And until 1995, when Finland became the member of the European Union, at that time the law was liberated so that also the different taxations that were protecting the refillable systems were liberated, and then the material used, let's say one-way packaging, was liberated to be part of the production. That's why the can was coming in 1996. And PET also was in refillable bottles earlier, but then there were some changes in the legislation and taxation in 2005, 2008, and the refillable PET bottle disappeared, and the one-way PET came into the market, and then the Palpa started to recycle it. One-way glass was also part of the state monopoly for alcohol, the Alko, from the 86, and when the waste law changed in 2011, then the Palpa took over to cover the whole country. Earlier, only the Alko stores, around 300, was collecting the one-way glass. So we inherited something from the other systems in those years, but now we have them all. Ownership of the company is 50-50 beverage industry and retail. There are the companies mentioned in a slide. Who are the companies? 3 dominating breweries and 2 dominating retail chains, Inex Partners and Kesko, and then the Alko. Alko is the 6th owner. We are a small company. We are 14 employees. Our strategy is to outsource operations. Some numbers. Turnover is 80 million euros, and we are handling deposits worth 340 millions a year. We are a non-profit company. Our overall return rate is 93. CAN is 95, which makes 1.3 billion packages in a year. The CAN is dominating the packaging in Finland. PET is almost 500 million with return rate 90. One-way glass is 88 with a volume of 135. There is still a refillable glass bottle system, but it's very, very small today. It has gone down a lot. We have 22,000 products in our system. CAN is 10% of that, PET is 13%, and one-way glass is almost 80%. We are recycling almost 90,000 tons of material. Aluminium, same amount as Sweden, 18 and 4. PET is almost 14,000 tons, and glass is 54,000. Everything returns 340 deposit packages a year, which I think is one of the highest in the world per capita. We all say that we are the best, and we truly are. That's a friendly competition between me out. Yeah. And the country is quite wide. It is 1,400 kilometers from south to north, and we have to collect all the areas in the country, all the stores, all the kiosks, all the gas stations. And collection is based mostly on backhaul. Breweries and the retailers, when they go to the stores taking the packages in there, then they take our empties on their way back. And then there's a frame transport from the terminals to handling plants. We have 8 handling plants around the country where we do the baling and other handling for that. And then we have a counting center also in one point in Kerava. And then there's an emptying service, which means that there's a truck going to some nominated stores, emptying the bins in the stores, not taking the bin with them to the plant, and then they go with the truck to the recycler plant directly, or the harbor where they go outside to Finland. And two major things are 2 laws which are affecting our efficiency. Is that for the producers there is a separate tax for the products belonging to the customs tariff group 22, which covers water, soft drinks, beer, ciders, wine, strong alcohols. So we have all the glass bottles in our system. And by having your products in a deposit system, you don't have to pay the tax. That means that 97% of the production is in our system, or in what is in the market. It's covering practically everything. You don't have to pay the tax if your production is less than 50,000 liters a year. But there is also one good law for us, which is the obligation for the stores to receive empty containers from the consumers. No matter what size you are, and you don't have to have a RVM, you just have to take them. If you sell them, you have to take them back from the consumers. That is also one success principle for us, that all the stores are in a network. They have obligation to do that. And going back a little bit, just understanding, we have talked about the domestic codes and things like that. We have, yes, we do have domestic codes for the CAN and the PET. Those codes can be only sold in Finland. One-way glass has 2 different pricing categories. They have there's a domestic code and there's an international code. Domestic is for those that are sold only in Finland, but international is almost mandatory to have, because 95% of the one-way glass is international products in our system. So we have to accept them as well. And there's a little bit higher fee for those internationals. Deposit values, CAN is 15 cents. PET is, depending on size, 10 cents, 20 cents or 40 cents. And the one-way glass is always 10 cents. I think that was quick and short.
concise and clear message, and of course, yet again, the best deposit system in the world. Let's move to one more, to Norway, one more Nordic country.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. As you can reckon, I'm sitting in the middle, so you know the winner is in the middle. Now, I love to talk about the deposit system. I give you a brief presentation on how we run the operation in Norway. It's a private owned, and we like to call it a value chain company. Infinitum, as in Finland, we don't pay tax. And in Norway, the tax authority look at Infinitum as an extension of the producer. So the cost for running the operation is covered by the producer. When we decrease the cost, they increase the taxation of the producer. It's owned 50-50 by the producer and retailer. The operation started in May 1999, but we have the same as in Sweden. We have DRS since 1902. So we started with the ownership of the producer. Then the producer had a system for refillable PET bottle and refillable glass bottle, and actually we run the operation in parallel in Norway. But Infinitum was established in 1999 for the can and the recyclable PET bottle. That's important. Could you please stop talking about one-way bottles? It's recyclable bottle. The pronouncing is important. 1.3 billion cans and bottles in Norway. 22,000 tons of PET. We increased the deposit value in the end of 2018, and now we see we have an increase. For the time being, we are at 89.7% collection rate for the PET, and that's only the Norwegian PET. That's in our figure. We don't count the Swedish bottles. We report them to the authority, so we have the figures, and that's why Bengt is using them, because it's public in Norway, but it's not allowed to put them into our figures, only the national sales. We could supply 80% recycled content today in all PET bottles in Norwegian market. The average is around 10%, and that's, as you know, it's more expensive to use recycled content, but we have several presentations today, see that the producer want to increase it, and now we see that some of the producer also stated high levels, 50 and 100%. 9,000 tons of aluminium, and the collection rate is now 90% based on this increase in the deposit value. So see that's going in the right direction, and I promise that we will reach the EU target this year, 10 years before 2029. Some key figures, 5.5 million people. We have 11,300 manual return points, and in Norway the legislation stated that everyone that sells a product, they are obliged to take back and pay out the deposit in cash, actually. Of course, that gives us a bright or good service to the people, because it's easy to deliver back. We have 3,700 grocery stores with reverse vending machine, 35 logistic hubs, 3 production facilities. Norway is a long, narrow country with people spread all around, so you need to have 3 production facilities. In Norway, also, we have a very good collaboration with the Green Dot system and the municipality. In Norway, municipalities state clearly and they tell their inhabitants, can you please put the empties in the deposit? Because the cost for collecting PET bottle is higher than the earning from the sales. And I think that's interesting, because we know in a lot of market, the municipality, they don't want a deposit system because they are afraid of losing money. They won't lose money because the cost for collection, but they don't look into that figures. The startup cost in 1999 was 500,000 euro. We pay back the money to the owner within 1 year, and we don't have any debt. The shop, they can invest in an RVM, is voluntarily. We cover the investment and all the costs for the operation by paying a handling fee. The average payback time for a reverse vending machine in Norway is around 5 years. Small and medium-sized shop, they don't need RVM. They can look into the figures and say, okay, now I have the volume, I will invest in an RVM. And when you start up a deposit system, the reason why you don't have any loan in the system is that you actually get a micro loan for all the inhabitants when you start up. So you have a huge cash flow, and you can use that to establish the system. This is the setup in Norway. We have a 3 production facility. In south of Norway, 80% is collected through this. Then we have 1 mid in Norway and up north of Norway. The logistics, we have around 94% collected through the reverse vending machine, the same figures as in Sweden. Of course, that's efficient, but we also have to pick up all the empties from the small outlet. And we claim as long as you as a producer manage to sell a bottle, we manage to collect it. It's not difficult to collect from an island up in the tourist mountain or the tourist huts up in the mountain. As long as we manage to deliver, we manage to collect it, take it back and into the recycling process. We also have a solution for e-commerce. We have to establish that in Norway. It's still a low volume of the total, but we have designed the consumer bag, so the e-commerce, when they deliver the grocery and the beverage at the doorstep, they take this back from the doorstep. They scan the code, so they have the unique identity for the bag. We count the empties, and then the e-commerce pay back the deposit to their customers. So this is also easy and a very functional setup. And we claim as long as you can deliver at the doorstep, it's not an environmental impact by taking back the empties. So you can run this operation very efficient as well. But this is the 3 logistic setup, and it's increasing in all of them. When you have a deposit system, we are counting per units. And I think this is important. This is a slide I get from the Green Dot in Norway. They did a comparison by washed packaging, and then you can see you double to triple the weight when you have the residue. And I think that's the big situation around Europe now, when you start with this new measurement for EU. And we are very pleased because we was rather annoyed by all the system claiming that they were more efficient than the deposit system. But this is the reason why they're more efficient, and now we know the truth. But I think this is important because if we are going to solve the environmental issue, then we have to look into the right figures. So the new measurement method for that the EU have stated is very important for the development further on. In Norway, they also go public with the figures, and we appreciate that because then we have the possibility to look into the figure. As was mentioned earlier, in Norway we have to compete with the Green Dot system, and therefore it's also very important to have the right figures. So the producer and the inhabitants know the difference between the systems. This is the producer cost, EPR cost, we call it in Norway, extended producer cost. The base EPR cost, actually now we're paying actually 1 cent per can that they put into the system. So we pay the producer for each can they put into the system. If you have a steel can, it's 2 cents. If you have a PET bottle, it's 1 cent per unit they have to pay to cover the total cost for our operation. And in addition, if you have a standard barcode, and also if you have a light blue bottle, colored or sleeve on the bottle, you have to pay additional cost. This is based on the polluter principle. If you have a packaging with less value, then you have a higher EPR cost. This covers the total operation. And I think this is important. We have a lot of visitors from around Europe, actually around the world. And now we see more and more from the figures from the Green Dot system. It's more expensive to collect through the Green Dot system than to our deposit system. And we collect 90%, and we could supply 80% recycled content to a lower cost than the Green Dot or municipality waste handling systems. Norwegian model. In Norway, we have an environmental cost model. It's the same in Finland, but in Norway, the authority reduced the tax when we increased the collection rate. It's a very specific model. It's 100% producer responsibility. I think that goes for the same for my colleagues. In Norway and Sweden, you can look in the shop and you see that you have the product price plus deposit. We think that's important because it's easy to communicate. The deposit system is not an increased cost because the consumer gets the deposit back. In Norway, it's a deposit without VAT. All the selling point is obliged to take back the empties and pay out deposit. No restriction on content. So in Norway, it's only sale if you can drink it, then you can put it into the deposit system. So it's up to infinitum to take the product in. So we have all beverage, wine, spirits, and also milk products in the deposit system. It's a centralized clearing, the same as my colleagues. And we think that's very efficient because then you get a lot of data that can use to increase the efficiency for the system and reduce the cost and environmental impact by running the system. We have this balanced ownership, 50-50, value chain approach. We have the marketing and control system, same as in the other Nordic countries. And we also have this design for recycling, and that also goes for all the Nordic countries. We have, since the start, have focused for the recyclability. So we're checking the glue, the labels, cap material, and so on. So we know that everything is in accordance to the recycling process. And we also accept packaging from our Swedish colleagues, but we don't put them into our calculation. But we collect it and recycle it. Thank you.
We will now have opportunity to look into the decentralized model. Germany introduced the system in 2003, and Carsten Schleberger from Remondis will present the perspective of the service provider over the system performance in Germany.
Thank you, Anna. I have to stand up so you can see me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Carsten Schleberger. I'm a director within the Remondis Group. I have worked with deposit return solutions for retailers, the beverage industry, with online traders for the last 13 years. And I would like to introduce you now to the Remondis Group, who we are, what we do. So, yeah. No. Remondis is a family-run company, a service, recycling and water company, one of the largest in the world. Today we have, as you can see, more than 30,000 employees working in 800 locations on 4 continents. Remondis was founded 85 years ago. For example, we are the largest container glass recycler in Germany. We are a major plastics recycler. We are the largest DRS service provider within the largest DRS scheme in Europe. Around 16 years ago, we set up a complete centralized deposit return system for the leading wholesaler of convenient goods in Germany and their customers. So we implemented this scheme throughout Germany for more than 100,000 collection points. We installed regional counting centers. We set up a clearing house, a central clearing house, nationwide logistics. A few years later, key industry stakeholders, which means retailers and beverage industry, decided for the open market DRS, the decentralized DRS that we have today. With a flat rate 25-cent deposit, a decentralized scheme with 20 billion drinks containers in scope, where various operators can provide their services on a regular basis, they tender these services on a regular basis. And in this scheme, in this competitive environment, Remondis became the largest operator of counting centers. Additionally, we manage data from around 30,000 RVMs installed in Germany, and we take care for deposit clearing on and in behalf of our clients, which makes us responsible for data, clearing data worth about 3 billion euros a year. Under the name Redeposit, we combine all the DRS services that we provide to the industry, to policymakers, to scheme administrators. Redeposit covers all services along the value chain. We are the one-stop shop for DRS services. In Germany, 16 billion PET drinks bottles are sold to the market every year. Comparing the countries on this slide, you will see the scale of the DRS. And that means we do the clearing, we provide the clearing for around 60% of all the DRS PET bottles in Europe in scope of DRS. And that also means we handle about 25% of all PET DRS bottles in Europe physically. So we offer our services on an international scale to scheme administrators and stakeholders who want to tender DRS operations. In Germany, the deposit return system for single-use containers resulted in a return rate of 96% for PET and cans. Additionally, we have through, for example, curbside collection, another 2 to 3% collected PET bottles and another 3% metal cans collected. all properly returned containers are recycled. And our clients, mainly retailers, become the owners of the material, and they sell it to recyclers like Remondis. The demand for high-quality food contact material is rising, and our customers need steady volumes. Since the beginning of 2017, prices for recycled PET increased by 30 to 40%. And now recycled food-grade PET has an even higher price than virgin material. We're talking about a price gap of up to 400 euros per ton. I have some figures from 2017 in this slide. Around 33% of recycled PET were used, again, for PET bottle production. 29%, that's not on the sheet, for sheet production. Related to drinks bottle production in Germany, the average recycled content in bottles is 26%. And you can imagine that the recycled material is not allocated to all the brands on the market evenly. So a European target, that's a bit, okay, it's not my colors, but it looks nice. The European target for recycled content in plastic drinks bottles is 30%. Generally, a minimum recycled content is a good idea if legislation is clear enough in this point, if manufacturers comply, if incentives are high enough, and if there are control measures in place. Without separate collection of material, it is hard to produce high-quality recycled raw materials. So we need to rethink collection. We have to start at the beginning, design for recycling, and we should harmonize collection and waste treatment in Europe. That increases recycling and hopefully circularity, and it opens markets. These key components on this slide help to deliver a best-in-class DRS solution. And in closing, Remondis is the market leader in DRS operations. We are the one-stop shop for all DRS services along the value chain. And, well, I'm here all day, so please feel free to approach me outside. Thank you.
I would like to welcome Rauno Raal, Director of ERFCAR, former Director of the Estonian deposit system, and also participated in building the system in Lithuania. I am very much looking forward to the presentation on deposit systems in Baltic countries. This is not Nordic Europe, this is not rich countries, speaking about GDP. And they have deposits, so please, welcome.
Thank you. So basically we followed our role models, the Vikings and Santa Claus, in 2005 in Estonia. And the system started May 2005, and we have, where is this? Oh, thank you. It's an EPR scheme like any other, basically just dealing with deposits, and it's owned by producers and retailers. 75% of the system is controlled by the producers and importers, and 25% is controlled by the retailers, the traders. If we talk about our good neighbors, Lithuanians, they started a bit later, 2016, and it's quite similar structure, though their owners are also brewers and Natural Mineral Water Association, together with the trade enterprises, meaning the retailers. Just that the shares are equal, but there are a bit less of associations as owners. It depends on the country, it depends on the local peculiarities, but it's usually the associations are the owners behind which are the biggest producers with the biggest market share, who had the responsibility to tackle this littering issue and who actually make the investments. So both of the systems have all three materials, PET can glass in the system, one-way and refillables. Depending on the country, in Estonia we have about 85% of one-way, 15% of refillables. In Lithuania it's a bit more of refillables, but both of that types are present there. And we have a flat deposit fee, which is a bit different from Scandinavian countries. We had previously differentiated by material, by volumes, but at some point we decided that we don't want the materials to fight each other. We just need to fight the littering, and we went for this 10 € for package. It is one option. There are different options. It depends on the country. It needs to be analyzed in detail always. So, talking about investments that was asked, the Estonian case here is maybe not the best because we started already 15 years ago. At that time, we made an investment of 2.5 million into the system creation and handling center. And also, we made an investment of about only 3 million euros into the collection infrastructure. But you have to bear in mind that we started with very high manual collection share. So basically, we had only 70 automated machines that were dealing with compaction. And in that sense, it's maybe not the best way today to start because manual and automated, it's always will be there. But the question is about the air in the logistics and in the chain. So we were having a very green image, but at the same time we were criticized a lot because we were driving around Estonia with a lot of air, and this has changed today. So the system, basically the legislation was adopted January 2004, and we started quite quickly already May 2005, but we are also a small country, but still it was quite a challenge to get it started in time. Our good neighbors, the Latvians, they have been actually very clever because Latvia has monitored our activities and has let us make all the mistakes. And now they have the best absolute possibility to have the best system in the Baltics because they can avoid all the lessons learned done by Estonia and also Lithuania. And the Lithuanian system started May 2000, basically the legislation was adopted May 2014 and the system itself started February 2016. The investment from the producer side was 5 million euros, including actually also 1.5 million needed working capital at the beginning. And the collection infrastructure was made through an RVM tender, centralized approach, a bit different from Estonia. And it was roughly about 26 million euros invested into the collection infrastructure side. So these are basically quite fresh numbers, and Lithuania being actually today the youngest kid on the block in the deposit world. And soon there will be 3 of us, which makes Estonians and Lithuanians very happy because that we will have much less cross-border issues and cross-border risks related to fraud coming from the central country there. We have a return to retail model. So we have different collection options, manual, RVM. If we talk about automated collection, it's both inside big format, small format, which is maybe a bit more specific to Estonia and Lithuania, is that we also have a lot of outside collection points because the shops were already there and some of the retailers did not want to invest, or actually they didn't, many of them just understandably didn't want to give away their sales space. So there was a solution where these kinds of shop kiosks, we call them, were used to be detached close to the shop, and we use them for the collection. So in the Estonian system, we have roughly altogether 850 collection points. Estonia being 1.3 million population, Lithuania almost 2.8, and they have 2,700 collection points. In addition, we do cooperation naturally with bigger or biggest HoReCa sector clients as pickup points, because we don't want the consumers to be disturbed by very high volume HoReCa clients being at retail points. So you need to have this kind of like volunteer-based cooperation with that part. From logistics side, Lithuania, this again depends very much on the country specifics, its geography, its logistics solutions, but which is very interesting that in Lithuania, basically there is 80% of the transport is backhauling. It's related to retailers. We use retail transportation, and in that sense it's very convenient. Goods are taken to the shops, and they have a very high developed warehouse solutions there, and it can be deployed for the deposit. So basically 80% of the packages are coming back with retailer transport to the handling center. And in Estonia, we also use producers transport, etc., but the percentage is lower. We have 8 logistics areas, about 11 partners, and it depends on the details there. regards the collection, the numbers talk themselves. It depends on the year, but basically far over 80–85% of collection in Estonia altogether. Annually, we collect about more than 12,000 tons of material, and in Lithuania, naturally, 23,000 tons of material. And which is most important, it's not recovered. It's not just recovered, but 100% of it is also recycled, which is not news to you, but that is one of the keys of a deposit system, because the material is very clean. It comes in a very short cycle from her mouth to the car to the RVM or the manual collection, and which guarantees very high returns, but not only, also very high recycling. All right, so that was shortly, because only 4–5 minutes were given. So.
Let's stay in Balticum. Rauno, the countries Estonia and Lithuania reached out to Nordic neighbors with regards to the system design. But what have you needed to change with regards to the certain socioeconomic conditions in Eastern European countries?
Yeah, well, my position always is, I always preach about this, that the system design is 60–70% always the same, but there is always country specifics. When we copied the Swedish and the Norwegian model, 15 years ago, our society was quite different. So we totally underestimated the proportion of fraud, which in our country at that time was extremely big issue. It's still an issue in a deposit system, but you can tackle it if you have the right tools in place. So what we implemented, and we put very much time and development, was controlling system, controlling from both sales side, meaning to control the producer, importer reports data, and also from the collection side to control about the collection points, to have specifications for collection points, automated take-back machines, very like 20-page requirements to get into the system, etc., etc., etc. So. And to achieve that, naturally, we took a controller, a security manager, but most importantly, we invested into a very high-level IT system together with business intelligence tools, meaning basically analytics that already gives you red buttons and graphics in the system to show that where are the abnormal logics, so that you can basically tackle your scarce resource very concretely.
We are fighting for the microphone, I can see. Tommy, still I think that we can learn from Nordic countries. What is the best case system and solution from Finland that we can adopt in other countries in Europe?
Well, we have a little bit different organization model. We are outsourcing everything. I won't tell it's the best way of doing it, but that differs from the others. And we haven't actually measured between the countries that much how we are doing, let's say with Sweden or Norway. But that gives us scalability, and you can also be on top of the things if the things are scaling up. When you start the system, it's quite hard to estimate actually the total costs of the logistics and the whole operations. By outsourcing certain things, you can always scale up by buying more services from the service provider. That's one way. And well, that's what comes up to me now.
Thank you. I have a question to Bengt. As a consumer in Sweden, I see that the number of the beverages subject to deposit are increasing on the Swedish shelves. You mentioned that juices, for example, are not obligatory to be part of the system. Why is it so that producers would like to be connected to the deposit scheme?
I think it goes together with, I mean, the sustainability from the producers, that they really want to be, they know that, of course, the deposit system is very much more efficient in the collection of especially the plastic bottles than the other plastic collection system that we have in Sweden. So it's really a demand from consumers, it's a demand from the trade, and it's also for the producers that want to put a sustainability marker on their product, and that sustainability marker is the deposit system.
I have a question also to Mr. Schleberger with regards to the quality. You are international waste management company having experiences from different markets. What are the differences? Can you elaborate on the quality comparing the curbside system, ring systems, and deposit systems?
Yeah. So, in general, the collection is actually key for proper recycling, as I said. So the material that we collect in DRS systems, in deposit return systems, is really clean and pure without contamination, and it is only food contact material. That means, according to the European requirements from the European Food Safety Authority, we have to ensure that 95% of the material in food-grade recycled PET comes from food contact packaging. This requirement is no problem when you deal with DRS material. As soon as you commingle that, as soon as you blend it with curbside material, you risk that you have other PET packaging in there. So.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we know that there is 25% recycled content in PET required. So how can deposit systems contribute and the deposit system operator secure the material for the producers? Kjell.
We collect the material and then we sell it to the recycler, but in the sales agreement then we have the offer of first refusal. So they have to ask the producer if they want the material, then they can buy it, so they have the possibility to get hold of the material. And they see that the interesting, of course, is very high, because now they have go public with new figures, stated they would like to have 50% recycled content. I know in Sweden yesterday, Coke said that they go for 100% recycled content. They do the same in Norway. So of course, when you have a deposit system, you have the material is there, and then you have to look into the setup. But then you can offer it as a first refusal.
Of the sessions with regards to the legislation and deposit systems, toolbox for the most cost-efficient framework. I would like to share the reflection. We are all in Europe looking for the circular economy models. And actually, based on the information that you have today heard and seen on the slides, I would like to thank you, deposit systems, for being the perfect implementations of the circular economy with eco-design, with fantastic results with regards to the collection, and also high-quality recycling. And I would like to pay your attention to the fact that already today, deposit systems fulfill the requirements for the strict plastic recyclability design, and they can be also a role model for essential requirements and eco-modulation, as we have seen in the presentation from Norway. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. You're going to leave the room. You're going to go left to the end of the hall and left again. And we will reconvene in 1 hour. Thank you. Good job. Oh, you would never know. You're a total pro. You're a total pro. Shit, the lunch was 1 hour late.
Is it 1 hour?
I'm so glad I checked. No, we're fine. I dealt with it.
Oh, okay.
They were like, yeah, 1:30.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Mark. We'll be in touch.
Yes, we will. We will.
Progress reports.
We will. Now our first hurdle, or first time is the 15th of December.
For what?
That's when the standing period will be over.
Ah.
So we won't have any further comments from the Commission. The regulation will be approved.
Before the new year.
Yes, yes. So in which case we will sign the license agreement.
So you'll beat Scotland?
A smaller country.
Yeah, well. Thank you, Anna. Excellent job.
I have to get salvaged.
Could everybody please sit down and we'll get the session started? First thing you'll see is about the PowerPoints. They'll be on our website by Monday at the latest.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Hang on.
I'm trying to.
We all please be seated. Sometimes you just got to be a bulldog, you know.
Could you get me my glasses off my thing, my black ones? Thank you. I need this for reading, but these for seeing people. It's crazy.
The clicker? The clicker.
Has it ended up down there? It's not in its little case. Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone. If you could take your seats.
Introduce yourself. You weren't here when I introduced you.
Thank you so much. Welcome back from lunch. Good to see everybody having so many positive conversations. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Sam Harding. I work for the Reloop platform. I'm very glad to be here. Just before we kick off with this next session, I wanted to let you know that all the presentations you've seen today and that you'll see later today, they'll be on the Reloop website by Monday at the latest. So please do take a look, download whatever you'd like. And we'll also be able to circulate the guest list of who's been attending. A few of you have been asking for that, so of course we can circulate that to you. So we're going to kick off a session now looking at municipalities. I'm very glad to be hosting this because, as everyone knows, a conversation about deposits equals a conversation about municipalities. But I think that what's significant now is that the wave of change that we're seeing, not just at a European level, but globally, such as the introduction of EPR systems like deposit return, is pretty much unprecedented. So for those municipalities who've been burdened with having to make extensive investments over many, many years, the scale of change is understandably making them feel quite vulnerable. And as Bruna Poisson referenced in her opening address, it's not only France's intention to introduce a deposit system, but she also referenced the other transformations of our recycling. And again, as Jean-Pierre said, why to be afraid? And this is what this session is going to look into and what our speakers will be sharing their expertise on. So first of all, we're going to have two speakers to give presentations. The first will be Dominic Hogg from Eunomia, and the second will be Tristan Brunin from Ameleur, and then Christophe Delatte from the Association of Flemish Cities and Municipalities, and François Bonnet from the Association of Cities and Regions will join us for a panel discussion. Now, I have some questions to ask them, but I'm very much hoping that you will too. And if our presenters keep their presentations short and sharp, we shall hopefully have time for questions from you from the floor. So Dominic, over to you.
Thank you, Sam. And Thanks for the invite. It's great to see so many people in the room with interest in this really hot topic of the moment. So, as Sam was saying, this is a really critical issue. We've been involved in studies supporting implementation in a number of countries. It's very rare that this issue doesn't come up as one where municipalities are concerned. They don't quite know what's coming down the line. They're often not that well appraised of exactly what a deposit system is and what its effects might be. But by and large, basically what we have, oops, that didn't animate, is a system where, whereas today, in principle, you might have people putting their containers in a residual waste system, a separate collection for recycling system, or they might be putting it in what, under the Single-Use Plastics Directive, is termed public collection systems, which are sort of more or less the on-the-go type systems, which may or may not be for recycling. Or they might just literally drop the containers on the floor, in which case, of course, we know that that may lead to the littering. And basically what this graphic was meant to show was that actually all of these flows stand to be reduced after the implementation of a deposit scheme. So fundamentally, what we're trying to understand from the point of view of the municipalities is what are the implications for them of these changes being made. And I want to distinguish between the situation now and the situation as it would be if all of the existing European law was actually implemented by those member states, because the two are really different situations for reasons I'll come on to explain. So the first question you sort of got to think about really is who's actually arranging for the recycling collection service? And that doesn't always mean it's the municipality across Europe. There's a range of different systems and levels of responsibility across the member states still. And so this is about the physical responsibility for the collection service, not the financial one. And in terms of the physical responsibility, there is still some variation across member states. And of course, at one level, you can say, well, if the recycling system itself is being physically provided or arranged to be provided by the PRO independently of the municipality, then in principle, the recycling system is, as it affects the municipality, is not an issue as it affects the municipality because they're not in the game. And arguably, it becomes an unequivocal benefit for the municipality if the municipality is providing the collection service for residual waste, for example, because it's quite likely, under a well-performing deposit system, that the amount of the beverage containers being discarded into the residual waste system will fall. And so even if it might not be possible to get really interesting changes in cost of the residual waste collection service, there is an unequivocal benefit that should be gained from the reduction in the cost of disposal and treatment of residual waste. Now, that might not occur for all municipalities because it will depend upon the nature of the contracts they have in place for treatment and disposal. So, if it's not the people, it's obviously room to my speech, but it won't be the last. This paper. Then we're into a different game. And, you know, you have to understand, well, what does the producer responsibility pay for, the scheme pay for? Does it pay for the scheme in full? Does it actually fund all of the municipal collection of dry recyclables, for example? And if that's the case, then again, in principle, there might not be much impact on the municipality, depending on how that calculation is made. And the question then comes down to, well, what's left for the municipalities or the others to pay? So this varies a lot across Europe. But let's now go to the situation which a number of countries are in at the moment. One being, one of the ones in the most extreme situation being one I'm going to show you some figures for, which is the United Kingdom. I know we're not necessarily part of the EU for too long, but you know, I'm by my bed, kneeling down, praying every evening at the moment for the election results to see whether that might still not happen. But there you go. So this is the worst case scenario, if you like, from a municipality's point of view, because in the UK, the PRO schemes don't really give, there is no clear route for funding of the municipalities coming from the producer responsibility scheme. So the municipalities are shouldering all of the burden of the costs of the residual waste collection service, the recycling collection service, the collection of litter to the extent that it's their statutory responsibility, and the treatment and disposal of the residual waste. So they're responsible for it all. So what happens then to collection costs? Well, that depends quite importantly on what's the current rate of capture of those beverage containers. So how much of the what proportion of the beverage containers on the market are going on the one hand into the separate collection service and on the other hand into the residual waste collection service. And that partitioning effectively determines how the nature of the change in the quantities and the value of what is being collected through the recycling system and the quantities that are being collected and that have to be treated or disposed of in the residual waste treatment system. And it's very clear for some of the things that municipalities get worried about. One of the things they think, oh golly, this is the end of recycling. You're taking all the material away. So this was a graphic we put in based on UK waste compositions of by the different materials that people are looking to capture for recycling. What's the proportion of each of the materials which are represented by deposit-bearing containers, most likely, or non-deposit-bearing? So, for example, in glass, you still have jars for all your food items. It's not all glass bottles for containers. You have glass jars for your pickled onions or whatever it is that takes your fancy. You have many different forms of plastic packaging that are not beverage containers, including other non-beverage bottles, but also other dense plastics, other films, and so forth. On the ferrous side, you have a lot of food containers. We have some drinks containers from ferrous in the UK. Martin's, he thinks it's 0. There you go. Maybe it's even lower. The point here, though, is you get the picture. You're not wiping out recycling as a consequence of the introduction of a deposit scheme. You are, though, seeing different partitioning of the deposit containers and the non-deposit containers, depending on whether, in my graphic, on the left-hand side, you have a high recycling rate authority, and the ones on that side are typically up at the sort of 65% recycling of municipal waste, and it's reasonably realistic data, I can assure you. And on the other side, it's the low recycling rate ones, and you'll see there's a much more even distribution of those deposit and non-deposit bearing containers. And so it follows, unsurprisingly, that depending on what you're losing as a municipality from your recycling scheme, you lose revenue. That's true. There are all sorts of issues in municipal contracts and municipal the way in which municipalities deal with materials revenue that need to be unpicked, as it were, to check whether the municipalities were ever really the full and true beneficiaries of the revenue themselves. Sometimes the nature of the contracts means that some of the revenue is left over to others. Revenue from materials sales on the recycling market over a period of a typical private contract that might be 7 years long, they fluctuate enormously. The inter-contract fluctuation of revenue is enormous, and it poses a problem for some of the contracts as to how you actually deal with that price risk on the materials over that contract period. So yes, there's a loss. And here's the relative loss in terms of the proportion of the overall revenue that those high recycling rate municipalities are getting that is lost when you or would be lost when you implemented a high-performing deposit system. And you can see it's not massive. And that's because you're still getting a lot of revenue from your card and your paper, and you're also getting the non-beverage metals and so forth. So you're not losing a vast quantity, a vast proportion of the overall revenue. So, So this is the first part of the diagram. Yes, there's a loss. There's a loss of revenue. But what else is there? Aha! Well, I've got a really significant change in the volume of the material that I'm collecting. So I actually might be able to re-optimize my collection rounds. I might actually be able to serve more households. I might actually, if I look at it in the dynamic context, and I'm going from whatever recycling rate I'm achieving today to where I need to be in the future to meet European targets, then I'm going to be freeing up volume on the vehicle to do better. And so we've done some modeling with the Welsh government, looking at how they go from 70% recycling to 80%. And they've got to start collecting more and more of the plastics, and they're going to occupy more and more volume on the vehicles. So actually introducing the deposit scheme helps in that context. So we need to take that dynamic view too. There will be effects on the sorting process, but my successor is going to be talking about that. And so the critical question really is, what's the balance of the revenue loss versus the changes in these on these costs, and who does benefit from those material sales? So where we were doing this in the UK, we were able to define actually there's the potential for a saving depending upon how what the system is you're using and what the nature of the performance of the system is. There's potential to save money on the collection service. And there's also potential to save some money on sorting service, but we're going to flip over that because you're going to hear much more about that in the French situation after me. And then there's what happens to residual waste. Well, you know, as I said, it's pretty likely that you'll see a reduction on the quantity of residual waste. That'll be higher in the lower recycling rate situations, so you'll actually have some savings. And so those savings on the collection side might be limited, because actually the proportion of the unrecycled beverage containers as a proportion of the overall quantity of residual waste will be relatively small, both in terms of volume and weight. And the refuse collection trucks tend to be more constrained by weight than by volume, whereas it can be the opposite on the recycling trucks. So the savings on treatment and disposal are likely as long as those contracts allow. So we add in the next bit of the picture, and we've got another bit of saving coming into our overall model. So we save on the stuff that we're collecting that's not being recycled. And then we have the last bit, which is litter. Now, responsibility for who deals with litter, who's collecting it, varies, and it varies depending on the place where the litter is dropped. So. But for many municipalities, they are taking responsibility for that. It seems likely that there will be savings there. Will there be savings on the actual collection cost? Probably depends on the nature of how that's done and how that litter was actually being generated. But again, you're going to see a reduction in the quantity that's littered. So at the margin, in principle, there should be some savings on disposal and treatment as the contracts allow. So we get the complete picture, and on the bottom left-hand corner of the slide, you see that there's an overall saving to the UK as a whole. Ba-dumph. It's not massive, but you know, it's over £1 a household, which is still just about over €1 a household, thank God. But it's still it is over £1 a household, and within our systems for collection, for example, collection contracts turn on those sorts of margin. You know, we do a lot of work on this. We procure those contracts for municipalities. We see the prices. So they do turn on these relatively small margins. That's the past. So, but that's the summary of the current situation is this. You know, PRO takes visible responsibility. Effect is restricted to residual. If the municipalities have responsibility for service, impact depends on how the PROs support the costs. Where there's no support from the PROs, the impacts depend on current service performance and a couple of other variables as well. There it is. Future, very different. Because if everybody implements Article 8A, as they should do on EPR, I'll be quicker than that, then we're going to see the cost recovery envelope expanded, where people are not, where producers are not paying for the full costs of that recycling collection. In the future they will. So in principle, that concern from a cost side is taken out of the brain of the municipalities, and they don't have to worry about it anymore. The EPR scheme is going to potentially also have an EPR scheme, yet to be defined and how it's going to work, but you would also have the EPR scheme paying for the public collection and the littering of the beverage containers. So again, that also is taken away. So a cost issue is taken away, but arguably a savings issue is taken out of the hands of the municipalities as well. But the point being, we'll be moving increasingly to a situation where the effect on the municipalities should be restricted to what's going to happen to their residual waste collection and treatment and disposal. And in that context, it feels to me as though it's really difficult to argue, once those changes have been made, that a municipality will be worse off without a with a deposit scheme than without one. I can't see how that can be the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we pass over to Tristan, just very briefly, a quick announcement for Mr. Pless. Mr. Pless, we have some items of yours which we found on the floor, which we don't want you to be worrying about.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was leaving them for picking up myself, but...
Great. Disaster averted. So, over to you, Tristan.
Good evening, good afternoon. So I was asked to speak and make a study about the impact of a recovery system on beverage bottles on the French system. So as Dominica said, I've been focusing on the impact on sorting plants, but for sure there also impact on collection, and there'll be impact on recyclers and sales of materials. So I'll be talking a little bit about sales of materials too. Maybe a more general background, because it's been kind of a mess in France lately. There's been a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of figures that have been published about what deposit system would mean for the existing system. Well, we have to keep in mind that municipalities have been in charge of the selective collection for like 25 years. So they've been investing in trucks and containers, sorting plants. They have a lot of employees. So they've been dealing with that for a very long time. And now they have the feeling that we are taking away like most of it from them, which is not the case as you showed, but a big chunk of the valuable material is going to be like maybe taken away. So there's a lot of resistance from municipalities and operators usually, but you have to keep in mind that municipalities are responsible for collection, sorting, and sales of materials. So the revenue from the materials belong to them. So that's kind of an important point, you know, because those materials, they're worth about 200 million euros a year, you know, so it's kind of a big chunk of money for everybody. So, to go back to the main subject of my study, here it is. So what I've been asked to look at with my colleagues is what the DRS system would do as an impact on quantities of qualities of the incoming and outgoing streams. What would be eventually the number of streams produced? Would it change or would it not change? What would be the price and quality of the produced streams? And basically the kind of cost-benefit analysis of cost and revenues for municipalities based on sorting and sales of materials. So one of the important things we've been doing, because like I said, there's been a lot of reports published before, there's been a lot of figures published before, we try to make sure that the assumptions we were going to take and the numbers we were going to produce, so the calculation we were going to do, was shared with everybody. So we spent a big amount of time to talk to like municipalities, to ADEME, to CTO, to see if like the numbers and assumptions we are taking would be like kind of making sense to everybody. So first we looked at what would be concerned by the deposit, and for sure PET bottles would be concerned, a little bit of HDPE bottles depending if we consider milk or not, maybe some PP, but they're not so much. What we understood from the directive is that milk would be a target for the directive, but we decided not to include drink cartons, Tetra packs, in the study. But at the opposite, drink cans, aluminum and steel were included in the study, not to be discriminative between materials. So that's one of the first assumptions we made. Then we tried to look at what year should we consider the difference between a system with deposit and without deposits. So we looked at 2025, which would be a year, about 2 years after introduction. So we're considering an introduction around 2023. And we look at long-term perspective, which would be in 2029, to be in line also with the directive and the 90%. So that's not been challenged. Everybody's agreeing with that. In France, we have a commingled collection or a mixed material collection. Most cases, paper and light packages are collected together. So it's a dominant stream in France. That's the one we've been looking at. And also, kind of an important part is how much refuse there is in the collective bin. And what we consider is that the same amount of kilograms of refuse will be in the bin, but because we'll have less recyclable materials, the rate of those refuse, the percentage of those refuse would be higher. And then also, one of the things we had to decide what would be the collection rate for a deposit. So we decided to have a collection rate of 64% when we are in the ramping up phase and 90% long term. So based on that, first thing we wanted to check is that with this kind of, how you call it, rate of capture, for example, 64% for 2025, would we reach what the directive is asking for, which is 77% of collection for beverage bottles. So what we looked at is the first column or second column is we will collect 64% of all the PET bottles and opaque bottles a little bit less because there are some milk bottles in it. And we decided that the milk bottle is in the objective, but we're not going to collect them for just like analysis reason. And also we consider that there'll still be some bottles in the yellow bin. We consider that there'll be 22% of bottles, beverage bottle seats still in the bin, in the yellow bin. And the combination of those two will help us reach 88% of collection for beverage bottle in 2025. So this would be okay. And we look at the same thing for 2029 with a capture rate of 90% for deposit. And then we will have much lower amount of bottles in the MRF, but we're still reaching the 90%, barely, but we're reaching the 90% as by the directive. So all in all, with like the milk being included, but not being part of the deposit, we could reach 90% just on focusing on the other type of beverage. So this is the first thing we wanted to check. Then the next thing is like what municipalities have been saying is what would be the impact for the existing MRF. We took into consideration MRFs, which are very typical in France. They deserve about 500,000 inhabitants, and they produce about 25, or they sort about 25,000 tons of materials a year. And how much would they lose? So for PET, they would lose almost most of the PET in 2029. They will lose like 85% of the PET, which is a big chunk for them for sure. Mixed plastics is all the other rigid plastics together, what CTO has been calling the free development. This would be a loss of 30% long term. And then steel, sorry, it's still in French, but steel would be 10% loss, and aluminum would be 58% loss. So those are big losses on those materials for sure. And based on that, also there is an evolution of the remaining materials, because there'll still be some PET bottles. We said about 230 tons of bottles for MRF of PET bottles, but they will be with much less beverage bottles, which are the one interesting for the recyclers, so they will lose a lot of value. We decrease the value of those bottles by 25% in our scenario. The PP and HDPE bottles will have the same value, but the mixed plastic, because it will have less of the dark PET bottles, will be a lower value too, and will be more difficult to sort afterward. And the steel fraction will only lose about 1 to 2% of quality, but then will be under some kind of threshold, so we probably will have to deal with a zero value steel instead of 100 euros right now. And aluminum fraction will lose about like 30% of quality, so we'll go from 65 to 35% with aluminum, which would mean that probably the aluminum would have to go to pre-releases, which is like a cost instead of like a benefit for the municipalities. So that's for the outgoing materials. Then one of the big things that municipalities and their operators have been complaining about is that the the MRF would be basically useless. They won't be able to use them anymore, and it will be very hard to amortize. I mean, basically, in 2029, they will only lose 8% of the incoming material. So all over France, they would lose 280,000 tons per year of materials. And for a medium-sized plant, it would be about 2,000 tons a year of loss. So it's an impact, but it's not such a huge impact on their business. And accompanying that, we found out that because there'll be less bottles, the density of the stream will raise by 8%. So altogether, the volume will be minus 15%. So that's also what Dominic was talking about when he said about collection being optimized. Basically, like introducing deposit system would help reducing collection volume by 15%. So it could be some saving too. So that was an important part, but we didn't go all the way to the collection in our study. So basically, based on that, the only thing that will happen to those MRF, because of the lower density also, or the higher density, but the lower amount of PET bottles, they will have to lower the throughput. So they will still have to run the same amount of hours in a year, but with less material. So basically, the investment will be like the same as before. They won't have to invest any more money, but it will be amortized in much less material, or 2,000 tons less, or 10% less. So basically, the overall cost for sorting will be the same, but the cost per ton will be a little bit more expensive. But it's not going to be a huge change for MRF. I mean, it's going to be a little bit less business, basically. So that's what we see in that table for one of the scenarios where the throughput will have to decrease. The global cost will be more or less the same, a little bit lower, but more or less the same. And cost per ton will be like 12 to 10 euros more. So that's what I said before. Global cost will be stable, and with a decrease of quantities, cost per ton will have to increase a little bit. So based on that, the conclusion to date that we've been sharing with the different stakeholders and players, that operation and cost of the sorting itself won't change so much, but lower quantities and volumes will make the equipment already in place less profitable. So the overall sorting cost should be the same, but the cost per ton will be higher. But the revenue for sales material, plastic and metals, that's the one that will be the most impacted, because with the lower quantities of those materials, plus the lower value I was talking about for PET, aluminum, and steel, will make, we estimate about 50 to 60 million loss of money for municipalities, which has been the numbers published with the other studies. So that's something everybody agrees upon. So that's finally at the end of this study, we can say that the biggest impact is really the value of materials, but for the sorting, it's not going to be such a big impact. So basically, what we would recommend, but Dominic talked about that earlier too, is like if you assess such a thing for another countries, for sure quantities and qualities of the material is really important. What will be the impact of the quality of the stream is, for the MRF, is really important too. And for sure, you're going to have an impact on sales of materials, which is going to be more or less depending on some kind of threshold, what kind of quality you have right now and what kind of quality you'll have after. And then the sorting cost and structures for us should be impacted. In the case of France, it's not so important, but maybe some other country would be different. And then also there is an impact on collection scheme, which should be positive thanks to the lower volume, but this need to be impacted. So, I mean, the debate in France is like with a lot of emotions and a lot of discussion, but I mean, there's a lot of figures and a lot of calculation to do, and then after a while you can find out that, okay, there are things that will be more difficult and more expensive, and some things will be cheaper, and all in all, for sure, you're going to be recycling more materials, so that's the objective. So it just needs to be a step-by-step process where people have time to adapt and change their habits and process, and I think it should be able to be implemented sooner or later. Thank you.
Well, yes, I was just going to say thank you very much. I wanted to just welcome Christophe and Françoise formally to the panel. Thank you for being here. I think there was a lot in that which I'm sure people do have questions. So if I could hand over to you.
Thank you. I do not understand why you lose mixed plastics when you introduce
In France, you're talking about, huh? In my presentation. Well, because
on your slide that you lose
yeah,
50% mixed plastic.
yeah. Well, the mixed plastic, as I define it is the flux développement based on a CTO new streams. So the flux développement is dark PET bottles and polystyrene and PET thermoforms. So with less PET bottles, because the dark PET bottles also contain drinks, so a lot of those PET bottles will be lost. So this mixed plastic stream will decrease also because of the PET bottles inside.
I also have a question for you, Maarten Lauwerton, European Aluminium. We fear that already today the French municipalities lose a lot of money because of the, let's say, suboptimal sorting. When you look at their centre de tri, they are too small, they are not well equipped, and that should be the first concern, to really improve and invest more in the latest sorting equipment, and then they would, I think, improve not only the quantity but also the quality. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's going on in France right now with the extension des consignes de tri that we've been doing since 2017, 2015, is that we need to modernize sorting plants, the centre de tri, but it's been going on, and that's why a lot of municipalities that have already invested in all those technology, they're a little bit upset of like seeing that they will have less materials to sort. But this has been going on, and until 2022, we will have all the sorting plants in France modernized in order to like better and automatically sort the plastics and aluminiums and everything. So that's been going on, and it's about 1 billion euros that's being invested in sorting plants, and that's another reason why people get upset, because that's a lot of people like investing money for something will be like, well, tomorrow we'll be doing less with us. So that's one of the sensitive points.
I will ask for other questions just in a moment, but I just wanted to see if Françoise or Christophe had something they wanted to add to the discussion we've had so far.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So thank you for giving me the floor. So I represent cities and regions wishing to develop a sustainable resource management. So I think that it's already in my membership, I have members who are really keen to introduce and to push for more sustainability in their public strategy. Okay, so I want to say that at the beginning, because I think it's important to know that I work with, I think, a lot of convinced person thinking that the first priority is the environmental protection. And of course, there is also the financial perspective of municipalities and cities and regions, and we need to try the best solution. What I would like to add to what was already said is that we also published 1 year ago a report on DRS. Why? Because our members, some of them wanted to have a neutral, or I don't know, neutral picture of what was done and already going on in Europe. And we analyzed 10 countries in details with numbers. And our conclusion was, and we didn't have any ideological principle at the beginning, pro or contra, but okay, we know as a theory that it's a very good instrument because we include also in our duty and competence, waste collection, etc., but also the public awareness and littering, okay? So for us, it's also a very good educational tool for our citizens, and especially for those who are not always consumer. We try to always put as close as possible to the citizen the polluter pays principle with our instruments, and trying also more and more to put at the priority the prevention. And so, okay, citizens who have a good behavior and that produce less waste should be rewarded, and those who are much more consumer should pay more for what they consume. And so for us, the deposit refund system is also a good instrument to educate people and to also indicate what is the value of what you have in your hand. And so the people who prefer to drink tap water, okay, they don't have to pay for something they don't have. So we did the report because a lot of our members wanted to introduce this system, and of course they received a lot of constraints and debt, and especially where there was an EPR scheme already well established with good performances. And so they didn't see the interest to add cost and administrative things to their own system. And the conclusion was that, of course, the context is key. We share all our experience. We do believe that it's a very good instrument, but of course it has to be tailored to your territory, to your state. We are lucky in Europe, we have the same waste framework legislative context, and so it helps. And I think that it was said this morning that maybe a European perspective on this would be welcomed. But what the clear message was, okay, you have to tailor it, but when you see the performances, the highest performances are where you have a deposit refund system. Facts are there. So we just wanted to share it with you, our members. Afterwards, it's a fight to introduce and to change things when it's not already put in place. And especially in the country we analyzed, I think that half of them, if I don't mistake, Biliana, my colleague who wrote the report, half of them introduced the deposit refund system before having an EPR scheme on their territory. So I suppose it was maybe easier to introduce it. So, okay, we related all the facts, but at the end, like this morning we mentioned the rate that we are obliged now to reach with the new European legislation. The highest performances are where you have a deposit refund system. And frankly, we are following the debate in France especially, and we do not always understand, of course, yes, the reluctance against change, but I think that municipalities should be aware more and more that at the end, with the future that Dominique mentioned, unfortunately, or I don't know if it's unfortunately or not, but municipalities will deal mainly with residual waste. They need to be paid for that service, but or we are not consistent, and of course we need to be a good regulator, because otherwise it will be a mess, because we don't have only economic aspects in our defense of the public interest. But I think that, I mean, in our membership, we think that we really need to have an holistic view on our role and to see all the costs and benefits that will produce such a system, and not with a short-term view, but with a mid-long-term view. I know that it's really difficult also because it's a long perspective, and of course education and other kind of role that we have, it's really difficult to give a value to that, but at least regarding collection rate of collection, and also regarding the effect on littering, the facts are there. Afterwards, I can say that the way.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I inadvertently cut you off there by mistake. But Christophe, I could see that you were responding to some of what Françoise had to say, and I thought perhaps you'd like to come in.
This one, okay. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christophe de Latter. I work for the Association of Flemish Cities and Municipalities, and I'm basically the waste management expert who is supporting Flemish local authorities in their policy choices. And we are also representing them. And within our association, we have a network of cooperation with the Flemish intermunicipal waste management organizations who play an important role both on policy making, policy preparation, but also operational from time to time. And they take care of the household waste management in Flanders, which is the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium. Now, the situation in Belgium is quite particular. I agree with Françoise that I think it will be very different from one case to another. If you ask the local authorities in Flanders if they're in favor of the introduction of a deposit refund system for beverage packaging, I think the majority of the Flemish local authorities will be absolutely in favor of the introduction of such a system. And if you ask local authorities why they are so much in favor of such a possible system, we don't have it today. I think it's basically because there is a huge frustration with the local authorities on the problem of litter. We do find huge quantities of packaging waste on the streets, in natural areas, in fields and rivers. And what we see is that if we make an analysis of this litter that we find, 40% of the volume of what is on the street are beverage packaging. So many local authorities look at the deposit refund system as a system that might help to get at least that part of the litter off the street. Now, you also have to know that in Belgium, we already have a very well-functioning collection system for packaging waste. I think it has been existing now for more than 20 years. Doorstep collection of lightweight packaging every 2 weeks, of blue transparent bags in which you can put drink cartons, metal packaging, and also plastic bottles and flasks. And in itself, that system works well. So if there will be an implementation of a deposit refund system, I think the impacts overall on Flemish municipalities, except the step forward that there would be less litter, the other impacts are rather limited. It's good to know that we are now also in the process where this collection of lightweight packaging is being extended. We're going beyond plastic bottles and flasks, and we are step by step integrating all packaging waste, all plastic packaging waste into this collection system. So we see that the volume of what we are collecting is rising, and even with the deposit refund system, I think that the curbside collection in Belgium would still be very much necessary, because we have been going towards a collection of all packaging waste. And I think that makes such a big difference. I think the situation for municipalities in my country is quite different for many other reasons, because we have this full cost approach towards EPR. We're not speaking about an EPR for beverages, for beverage containers. We're speaking about EPR for packaging waste. And it is our absolute goal to not only look at recycling targets, but we want to make, in the end, we want to make producers, those who put packages on the market, we want to make them 100% responsible for all the packaging that has been put on the market. In the past, we already had such a system. It also means that within the Belgian system, we will not lose the revenues. The revenues were already going to the EPR scheme that was using these revenues to finance the cost of collection and sorting. And they were only able to finance part of the cost with the revenues. So we would not lose revenues. We would not have that kind of an impact on local authorities. And what I see in this whole debate is, for me, I only see a big plea that EPR, we have to go forward with EPR systems that are focusing not on the cherries on the cake, but on the total cake. EPR should focus on all of the packaging, and the responsibility should be right there within a full cost approach. And I think if it is within such a full cost approach, I think that the impacts on the local authorities would be rather limited. If I look at the situation how it is today, I think the biggest impact for municipalities in Flanders might well be that if a DRS would be introduced in Belgium and the Single-Use Plastics Directive is implemented, we would get less money for all the waste that's on the street. If you implement the principle that certain producers will have to finance the cost of the litter, well, with the DRS system, 40% of that would disappear. So I think the biggest financial loss we risk is receiving less money because our streets are less dirty. That's a price I'm kind of happy to pay. that's a price I'm kind of happy to pay. So if we get a bit less compensation after the implementation of the SUP directive, that would be fine. I find this an interesting debate. At the same time, I've heard some interesting things. Holistic view, yeah, I absolutely agree. We're now focusing so much, and sorry to say this, we're also looking at what is the situation for an MRF that is sorting waste now. If I just look at the history of waste management in my region, our municipalities have had to close down landfills. They had to remediate landfills. We had to introduce separate collection. And make no mistake about this, every additional system of separate collection is a cost. Costs have only been going up. I think we're slowly getting in the stage. We are asking ourselves the question, how much final treatment installations, how much waste incineration do we need? And I can perfectly imagine that in 5 or 10 years' time, we'll be speaking about closing down capacities for waste incineration. We'll be speaking about different kinds of money. This will be a little bit more than £1 a person, I'm afraid. So why focusing now only on this aspect, just to ask ourselves the question, should we introduce a DRS or not? I find it a bit a shame. I think if we look at the holistics of the things, I think we have to look at all the costs related to the household waste management. And my feeling is, looking at targets, circular economy, looking at climate change, I think this is just the beginning. I think as local authorities, we should look forward long term for some very disruptive things coming our way, and we should prepare ourselves for that financially. And then one last remark I would like to make. I was a bit surprised, Françoise, when you said, yeah, the role of the municipalities in the long term, it will be only the residual waste. I am not so convinced about that. Just to give you an idea about also loss of revenues, the biggest loss of revenue we had in the past couple of years was people all of a sudden being very interested in collecting paper and cardboard because it had a big value on the recycling market. And we saw quantities going down with 10, 20%. And there was a lot of money disappearing. That was a loss of revenue. Now, all of us who are in the waste management sector know that since the China ban, prices for paper and cardboard have dropped very dramatically. And all of a sudden, we're collecting more paper and cardboard again. So I'm pretty sure that local authorities, as soon as there is a waste stream where there's no economics behind it, will have to take care of it. No one will pick that up. That'll still be our job. So I'm not convinced that we'll be limited to residual waste. I'm not so sure about that.
Dom, you were indicating that you maybe had one quick point you'd like to make.
I just wanted to reflect on the, I mean, again, looking at this in the dynamics, and if you look all across Europe, it's really, really clear there's got to be some pretty fundamental changes in some of the member states to achieve the targets that are now there. So I think time is a really interesting and important dimension of any form of policy making. And I think the sooner people get clarity as to the trajectory and where things are going to go, the easier the form of the adjustment becomes. And the thing you least want, I think, is where you introduce one change to improve the EPR scheme, then you introduce another one to introduce a DRS. Don't do it. Do them both. Do them both. And do them both at the same time. Make it clear that's what's going to happen in the future, because you don't want to have two periods of readjustment, because that will create welfare losses that are completely unnecessary. Do it at once. You don't have to do it straight away. You have to announce it straight away and then plan the adjustment path forward for which people can do this. And I think that's a really important message, and it chimes, I think, with what others have said on the panel. And you know, we can spend a long time deciding what we want to do, and then we expect these things to be implemented like that. I'd much rather make the decision early, set out the trajectory, and give people time to adjust, because you will then have far fewer losses in the economic sense across the piece. People can adjust. One last thing, on the deposits. So one thing that municipalities might well be interested in, I think, which we haven't talked about, they have their own targets effectively under the Waste Framework Directive. There are going to be some challenges to get to the municipal waste recycling target. So I think one issue we should, be seriously interested in is how we apportion the recycling associated with a deposit scheme to the municipalities to help them to meet those recycling rates, because I think it'll help them. If they don't do it, it'll be more challenging.
Well, thank you. Thank you all on the panel. We are out of time. I think just a final observation is that municipalities appear to be in quite a unique position, and that they're economically and commercially having to operate sort of state-of-the-art, very complicated systems, and yet at the same time they're also entirely beholden to the individual within their constituents in terms of the people who are concerned about littering, as you raised. So they are in a very interesting position, and I think in terms of the point you raised about using these types of initiatives to raise awareness, Dom's point about making your decision to do the full polluter pays package with EPR, with systems like deposit return, and pushing forward from that perspective is a really good note to end this session on. So thank you all on the panel.
So if we could call up our last panel of the day, I promise to get you all out of here at 3:45. Again, a reminder, if you want to order a taxi, you can get one downstairs at the main desk. So Solius is going to come down right away, and the other members of the panel, you might as well get comfortable here so we don't lose any transition time, please. So our next speaker is going to talk about the integration of refillable bottles in a DRS system. The reason we put this on the agenda is because there are some new initiatives, regulatory initiatives, that call for more refillable bottles and reusable packaging, specifically Article 5 of the Packaging and Packaging Waste Directive, which calls for member states to implement measures to promote reusable packaging. The system in Lithuania has after the implementation of deposits, the refillable rate actually went up in Lithuania. And we'd like to hear a little bit more about the integration of refillable bottles in the single-use deposit system. The deposit system in Lithuania is, as quite a few are, covers both refillables and non-refillables. So Solius, when you're ready, you've got the clicker?
No.
The clicker, can somebody give him the clicker?
I think it's here.
Yeah. And okay. Yep, good. Solius is the head of the Lithuanian Brewers Association, and he was also an integral part of the planning and development of the newest deposit model, which is the Lithuanian model. Okay. Thank you, Solius.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. In Lithuania, about 80% of all glass is refillable for beer glass, of course. For many years, Lithuania had a volunteer buyback system. Those who used to deal with the Soviet Union and post-Soviet, it was rather developed glass bottle return system, and it was volunteer, completely volunteer, and was operated everywhere, including retailers, but was no deposit level like everybody. Each retailer would pay whatever he wants, what motivates consumer to bring it back, and then puts a big margin and sells to the brewer. Collection was completely manual everywhere, including modern trade. And in 2004, by lobby of brewers, there was implemented obligatory deposit system for refillables. Actually, only in 2006 it started operated because it was really difficult to negotiate. They lost really big margin, retailers lost really big margin, and it was difficult to agree with them how much we have to pay to compensate. This deposit system administrator was founded in 2005, and by 5 breweries, 7 breweries participating in the system, and in 2016 Coca-Cola joined the system with their RGB. This is the only non-beer bottle. Already in 2007 we had 6 types of returnable glass bottles with annual turnover of 240 million. Lithuania is a very small market, less than 3 million population. Therefore, this figure doesn't sound big, but for Lithuania, 240 million bottles annual turnover was quite something. In 2018, we had already 30 types of returnable glass bottle and with the turnover of 62 million. Actually, the sales has fallen by 4 times because of complexity and inconvenience, because it was not very prestigious to bring back bottles because all the collection was manual, including supermarkets. In 2014 was adopted the law on one-way beverage containers. Then we established 3 associations: Lithuanian Brewer Association, Lithuanian Retailers, and Mineral Water Producers Association established the Deposit System Administrator. And we went operational 2016, February. And from day one, it was integrated. Collection for RGB merged with one-way packaging. Actually, deposit value was the same. Before that was a bit different. Now it was equalized, regardless the size, regardless refillable or one-way. It's the same. One-way packages from shops, as you know, how DRS works, goes to Deposit System Administrator for recounting, for counting and preparation. But returnable glass bottles from shops goes back to producers. For collection of returnable glass bottles, producers pay to retailers retail handling fee plus deposit. Producers also pay to Deposit System Administrator of one-way packages for the usage of RVM. Because in Lithuania, retailers don't own RVMs, reverse vending machines. It is owned by Deposit System Administrator and actually it's owned by RVM producer who is an investor and paid as a service fee per each bottle or each package returned. Some RGB users are not taking the empties back from retailers and they outsource that service from deposit system, one-way deposit system administrator. Benefits from that, much more convenient for consumers. Consumers even don't know that there are 2 DRS, because legally it has to be, cannot be cross subsidies, and legally there are 2 systems and 2 administrators. But for consumer, it's one system, it's the same system, and therefore it's convenient. No more discrimination on returnable glass bottles on inconvenience, because previously they had, they were stopped choosing that package because other packages you could throw away to the bin, and that one you had to store, had to bring back. Now when you have to bring back all the bottles, when there is no discrimination on inconvenience. And sales flattened, it means stopped shrinking and slightly recovering. So, consumers are happy because we are rating both systems. They don't know that there are two systems, which is the deposit system administrator who is running one-way DRS. They run every year the survey. The last survey shows that 97% consumers are satisfied and happy. 97 consumers say that system is necessary. 93% say that consumers' introduction of DRS encourage them to regard sorting of all type waste with more responsibility. So.
Does anybody have a question? We have about a minute. Does anybody have a question for Salia specifically about the refillable bottles? Salia is staying on the panel for later, but if anyone has a specific question, if not, we'll just move on to our industry panel. Is there one? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Kovacs from the Ministry for Innovation from Hungary. Just today morning we have heard that one of the main criteria for a fair and transparent system is the clearly marking of one-way and reusable packaging. And now we have just heard that the customers in Lithuania even do not know whether it's a one-way or a reusable packaging. What do you think about it?
First of all, you mean consumers, right? Consumers, first of all, they see because we have different mark. We have different mark for one-way and different for deposit, but actually we don't care very much because as long as you return all the bottles, there is, if you produce from a glass bottle another glass bottle, or you use it 2-3 times, 10 times. Actually, we calculated that it's 10 times. It's just more economical decision rather than an environmental. Environmentally, DRS on one-way packaging is ensuring that closed loop, the cycle economy. So. Therefore, we don't need, we are not doing any extra effort to promote refillables as environmental tool. It's just economical, just economics. Yeah, but if they want, if they can see because there is marking is different.
Vincent, are you? Oh, there he is. Great. Okay, so this is our last panel of the day, and I thought it was very important because ultimately one of the main stakeholders that's going to be hit with deposit return, extended producer responsibility system, are the producers. And we've seen some big shifts in the last couple of years from some of the major companies. So what we've done is we've assembled this panel. I've asked them all to spend 3 to 5 minutes discussing where they sit on deposits, if they've sort of changed their position over the years, and in some cases, like in Malta, our first speaker, Maria, to talk a little bit about the transition that they went through. So without further ado, Maria, we're going to put up your presentation, please. Yep. No, not, oh, actually.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Maria, we're going to start with you.
Okay. Started off with way back in 2004. In 2004, Malta had refillable glass for its soft drinks business up to 2004. But when Malta decided to become a member of the EU, that was seen as a barrier to free movement of goods. So we were given 4 years to restructure our industry from a manufacturing perspective in order to be able to cater into one-way packaging. We actually embarked on the journey to try and introduce deposit because at that stage we had a consumer who was used to returning bottles because they had a deposit. And we embarked on the journey to try to convince, way back in 2008, all the stakeholders that we should introduce a deposit on one-way packaging. We weren't successful. The lobby of retailers were not prepared for this. And we implemented one-way packaging. There were schemes in Malta. There were 2 schemes in Malta. The 2 schemes in Malta, as industry, it was by legislation, we had to participate in these schemes. And unfortunately, we weren't successful. The schemes were not successful in gathering the targets and getting the recycling targets on the various packaging schemes. So at this moment in time, can I have the clicker? Thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks. So, General Soft Drinks today is based on one-way packaging. General Soft Drinks is the bottler of the Coca-Cola company in Malta. And besides producing and distributing Coca-Cola products, we also import a number of other products, beer from InBev, from the Swinkels family, Monster. And today we put on the market all our packaging, all our beverages in one-way packages, PET, cans, and one-way glass. Way back in 2017, however, our Prime Minister during the Oceans Conference was very determined to change the route that Malta had taken. And he clearly declared during this conference that we needed to achieve our targets in waste collection, and a deposit scheme would be set up. So immediately after that, government went into consultation, and the first document that was issued by government was that it would set up a profit operator in order to be able to tackle the collection of packages. As the Coca-Cola bottler, we felt that because of our extended producer responsibility, but also because that this was going to heavily impact our beverage sales on the market, we saw that we actively needed to lead this. And being a small bottler, Coca-Cola put in all the efforts in order to help us lead the industry. And we got in a consultant from the Scandinavian countries who are pioneers and have the best-in-class results. And we started the journey. We had a good learning experience because previously, why didn't our deposit system work? The one that we had done way back in 2008, because we did not engage retailers and importers from day one. Our market, Malta, is a 316 square kilometer market, but with 3,000 outlets on it. So we distribute to 3,000 direct points of sale. So that makes the market quite specific and unique, besides being one of the highest per capita consumption because of the effects of tourism on the island. So we needed to engage the importers and the retailers. We had learned our lesson from the past. So from day one, we said, if this is going to work, we need to involve everybody, and we needed to make it mandatory, because otherwise it will not work. So we engaged the retailers and the importers, and together we formed 3 associations, and we basically entered into a joint venture agreement with the government so that we, besides taking over the responsibility, we were there also to help formulate the legislation in such a manner to avoid any fraud that could be possible because of the experiences that we learned from our Baltic predecessors. So I have to say thanks to the experiences that we gained from Lithuania, who were and Estonia, who gave us a lot of learning lessons. We drafted our own legislation, custom making it as well to our own island, to the needs of our own island. And the joint venture agreement was done in such a manner that it supports the circular economy. It enables Malta to achieve 90%, and this is fundamentally very, very important. It's a KPI that we have promised government to deliver, that we will get 90% collection of our packages by 2025. We take, obviously, the full responsibility. It most probably will be the producers who will fund the investment. The investment at this moment in time, preliminary business plans show us that it will be circa around 15 million. And that the organization will run not for profit. So BCRS will be owned by 3 associations equally, 33% retailer association, 33% producer association, and 33% the importer association. And it will run not for profit because we are interested in making sure that we minimize the impact on our consumers. So besides our extended producer responsibility and making sure that we deliver our packaging targets, we want to make sure we can be the only people who can ensure that we minimize the impact on our consumers by operating on the lowest cost model. Where are we today? Today, industry together with government, as you heard my colleague, I would say, I refer to him as a colleague now from the government agency, saying that we've collaborated very, very closely in doing the legislation and making sure that there are the proper enforcement mechanisms. Why? In Malta, we've taken quite a gamble. So as I explained to you, 70% is locally produced, but 30% of the beverages placed on the market, and when I refer beverages, the introductory beverages will be beer, soft drinks, and water, are imported. Our labeling legislation allows products to the consumer to be sold with Italian or English labeling legislation. With our economies of scale, it would drive importers out of the business if we had to have a specific barcode for the product sold in Malta. So for us, analytics and data are going to be a very important factor because we have agreed in order to support the system that all locally produced products will be specifically labeled, but imported products will not have a specific label. But in order to make sure that as much as possible we do not get hurt with all the implications, it is mandatory for everybody, for anybody who is working on the market, who is placing product on the market to participate. It is mandatory for all the retailers also to participate in the scheme. We will make sure that our data analytics are collected just in time because obviously the biggest risk we're running here is controlling fraud. So we've agreed on a 10 cents deposit. We've got the legislation at EU level, and hopefully by the 5th of December, that legislation will become a reality. And we have committed with government that as soon as the legislation is approved by EU, we will enter into a license agreement with the government, which will oblige us to be up and running within 14 months. We will do all the investments directly ourselves to make sure that we are in direct control of all the waste stream from the minute that it is placed on the market to the minute it comes back. So we will be controlling all the clearing back end, etc., etc. The deposit at the moment has been fixed at 10 cents on any package, whether it is PET, one-way glass or cans, and the material of whether it is large format or small format. And for the first time as well in the sector, the legislation has been drafted very similar to other areas of financial legislation where there will be self-compliance and self-regulation. So we have bound the authorities that we will submit any fraud suspicion that we have within X amount of days, and they are obliged to take action also within a limited time period in order to make sure that enforcement is in place. That's where we're at in Malta. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up. This is the first time maybe that you've been forced to work with your competitors in Malta. What's that experience been like?
Okay. We've traditionally, I would say, been working with the competitors on a number of issues, but you're correct. This forced us into actually forming the first beverage association on the island. So even though informally we've collaborated on many issues when it comes to the sugar pledge for reduction of sugar, when it comes to water conservation, I think that this time is the first time that we've formulated our relationship. And I would say that there's one common interest that binds us all, whether we're PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, or Nestlé. Our interests at the end of the day on a number of issues are the same.
Thank you. So moving on, we're going to move to Vincent Crasnier, please. Vincent does not have a presentation. Congratulations. So Vincent, tell me, what brings you here? What is...
That's a good question. Thanks for asking.
I know that Danone has experienced an epiphany maybe, and now I see you're being quite supportive of deposit return in many parts of the world. What has taken you to this point?
So thanks for fine-tuning the question. Actually, we've been, over the past, I'd say, year or two, actively engaged in multiple countries in Europe. I say to rethink the bottle collection models. I'll come to deposit later, but to rethink them. To be very specific, of course, France is one of the countries we've been actively engaged to rethink this, together with peers and different stakeholders, but also right now, conversations in Poland, in Spain, in the UK. We've seen a very interesting presentation earlier, and which is not in the EU, Turkey, which is on the med. And back to the plastic in the ocean and med, I guess this is a very important country as well. So we're obsessed with one thing, which is we want to keep those bottles in the loop and not in nature. And one of the things I wanted to sort of refresh for all of us is, if I'm not mistaken, being at Oslo at the Ocean Conference, the Ocean Conservancy numbers are showing EU is responsible for 1% of the leakage of plastic in the ocean, which is too much. But 1%, and the rest of the plastic is coming from geographies outside, and the ocean don't have boundaries. So I think we should never forget the leadership that EU can take in the world to really show that it's possible, that we can build systems that can really collect and generate the circular economy of bottles and inspire the rest of the world, because we need to tackle very, very complicated countries outside EU as well. So back to the purpose, I guess we want fully circular bottles, which is really walking on two legs. One is the highest collection possible, beyond 90%, and that's doable. We're inspired by things that work. And so we've seen today there are a lot of things that can work, that can fly. DRS is one of them. So we're not religious about DRS. But we're pragmatic that this is really a super robust system that can work. There are shades of DRS, and so every country is very specific in terms of what we can build, need to build. There is some legacy of things which have been done. You have stakeholder management who are on board, and we know this is complicated, but we believe this is possible to do. And then the second leg is percentage of recycled PET into the bottle. To do that, I think the EU is really setting the stage in 25%, 30%. Our own commitment is 50% by 2025. We believe this is possible, but this is possible with high quality, high quantity feedstock, which then I guess will lead us to what's a well-designed DRS later.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Hans from Coca-Cola. Hans, you and I have gone head-to-head many years ago, not so many years ago, and now it's so nice to be sitting next to you. So tell me a little bit about your transition.
Yeah, transition. The question is if it is such a transition. The fact is that many producers, and Coca-Cola certainly is one of them, have been working on the sustainability of packaging for a very, very long time. So this is not something that is new to us. And specifically, if you're in a company that is a pure beverage player, so you only put beverage packaging on the market, it's no surprise that our carbon footprint is almost half made of the packaging impact. So half of our carbon footprint comes from packaging related impact. So that is something that we've been managing for a very, very long time. Over the last 25 years, we've been consistently driving that carbon footprint back, and thank God that that topic is back on the agenda, certainly in an EU-wide perspective. We also know that in packaging, one of the quickest ways of driving that carbon footprint down is to collect and recycle it, back into packaging. That is how it works. And we've been operating in systems whereby we were already in deposits. We've seen some of those systems come by today, where we were very happily and constructively part of that deposit organization. But also 25 years ago, You know, when we saw the first packaging directive coming to life, it was the industry, and particularly the big players like Danone, Nestlé, Coca-Cola, you know, PepsiCo, all the others, that at that time, you know, kind of founded the packaging recovery organizations as we know them today. And at that time, you know, there was a lot of optimism, if you like, that those packaging recovery organizations would do the entire trick. You know, 25 years later, or, you know, over time, you know, we found that there were many different forms of those packaging recovery organizations, and that in some markets we've been more successful as industry than in other markets. So that's where I think the first shift, you know, kind of started, you know, to come around. It's also no surprise that, of course, society started changing. And when society changes, you know, corporations typically, you know, start changing with them. And it's no surprise to people that, you know, I've spoken to in the past, that we had a lot of internal pressure, you know, in the company to do something about, you know, our packaging footprint. And, you know, I'm pretty happy that, you know, I've been able to be part of that, driving the company to a situation whereby, you know, we understood that there is a linkage between recyclable collecting and using recycled content. And in the conversations that we had with the European Commission, you know, just to mention one, in the run-up to the circular economy package, you know, we clearly explained that for us it's a holy trinity. You can ask for recyclability of packaging, it's perfect, but why would you make 100% recyclable packaging if you don't collect it? And if you then don't put it back into your packaging? And also vice versa, if you've got a recycled content obligation, there's no point in having that obligation if you don't collect the recyclable packaging. So that's also, you know, one of the reasons why, you know, that trinity came into the Single-Use Plastics Directive, but also why, as a company, we came out in 2017, I believe, you know, with some of the commitments aiming at that. So the 100% recyclability, 100% collection by 2025, and also using the 50% recycled content by 25, which we've now moved up to 2023. So, you know, you could argue it's progressive insights or progressing insights, but also it's just sheer business. Because one of the things that we did very early on, I think 2013 or 14, is do a very extensive study of all the existing systems out there. And from that, you know, we picked, if you like, what we believe are the key success elements for a well-designed deposit system. We run the modeling according to those principles, and then clearly found out that, you know, we could run well-designed deposit systems at an equal or lower cost than what we are currently paying into fees in the packaging recovery organization. So, you know, it cuts, you know, different ways, you know, but certainly the emphasis on well-designed. So yes, we do support deposit systems, but with a very, very clear emphasis, well-designed. And there are several elements to that. But if it's not well-designed, you know, clearly we will still, you know, contest that to be well-designed. Yeah.
And we will get into that well-designed principles later on. I'd like to move now to Alessandro Pasquale. I know you have to leave soon. So if you want to just...
Thank you. So I'm back. Good. So first of all, I will say this day is fantastic. If my journey, as I call it before, I was traveling to Lithuania, I was traveling to Norway, I was traveling to Germany to learn about their system. If this conference would have happened 4 years ago, I would have saved a lot of money, because you learn today in one day what it took me 4 years to learn. So it's incredibly valuable day. Thank you, Clarissa, for everybody. So exactly. So the basic of a deposit system, we know centralized. We know that should cover at least PET and cans. We know most of the things. Of course, could be things which are regional, but more or less the goods deposit system is pretty clear how it should be. It's important to see from our side, from the industry side, that this is a question of life or death. Because either we solve the problem or we will be gone, or we will have to change completely the packaging, but that also won't be not smart, since honestly PET bottles is the best packaging we can ever find, even from the sustainability point of view. So we need absolutely to solve the problem. This is what the consumer ask us. You can see in the slide, which is quite comforting, that the consumer want it, and even they will not change their habit if there would be a deposit, at least in the country where we check it, Czech Republic, and even there would be around 10% of respondents who say, well, if deposit is there and if the problem is solved, we would start to buy. They're not buying now, but they express intention to come to our product if we would be sustainable. So we would even have potential better business. Why not? And also, again, about the people, is staggering. When you explain that you will decrease littering, that you will recycle more, that you will reduce carbon dioxide, these are the percentage of let's say, interest on the side of the people. So how should be a deposit system? That's a bit limiting question. It's a limiting question because we should already start, as I say, more or less we know it, we should already start how should work this system, not the deposit system, the whole system. We are talking about circular economy, so let's make it circular. And for me, and what I call the Mattoni system, because that's our vision of my company, it's very simple. A centralized DRS is necessary to be implemented, is the tool who guarantee the best collection. And frankly speaking, I don't even agree on this kind of distinguish, yes, that's good for the country who perform bad, but there are some countries who perform good. So no, there's one tool works. It works clearly better than anybody else. Is the most efficient economically and by the carbon footprint. That have to be the system everywhere, in my opinion, obviously. So take it like that. So centralized DRS, color harmonization. Color is one of the problems, but it's a known problem. Of course, nowadays, transparent or light blue has a value, color does not value, because the transparent, it's a commodity, the color is not a commodity. But if we will use all the same color, then all the color become commodity, obviously. So we need to standardize the color, which is not tragedy. We can have 5 colors: light green, dark green, light blue, dark blue, transparent. It's done. And the sorting lines, of course, I have no problem in sorting 5 colors. This is not expensive at all, even maybe more. We might have 6 or 7, we will see. But this is so basic. Industry should standardize the color. Next point, ownership of material. Sorry, we should sell content, not container. The container is ours. We just sell the content, we give a container, we put a deposit on it, and the container ownership stay with the producer. This is not infringing any law of competition. You choose what you sell, and who buys choose what he buys. If you just sell the content, nobody can complain that the containers belong to you. So we keep the ownership of material as producer. So we collect 90 to 98 in Germany percent of our bottle. All the bottles should be recycled food grade. All, and not as an option, a must. So should be processed by third party, by the consortium, whoever, into food grade PET, all of them, and the quota in the right amount of color and material return to the producer, which means they're not going to deliver on your door a big bag of recycled material, but you can decide if to sell it, if to have it delivered to your preform producer, if you produce preform yourself, to yourself, that's the question. You can even sell it if you want. You have been, you are by mandatory rules, you have to put 25 and 30%. You can decide to sell the rest and make a nice profit, or if you're more responsible, you can put it all back into your bottle, which I suggest strongly. So it's yours, you do what you want with the material. So if we follow these very simple 5 points, we have a circular industry, a fully circular industry, because it's circular for anything between 87 to 95% of its own consumption of material. It will mean that our industry will reduce the use of new material of 90%. 90%. We were buying 10,000 tons of PET, 40,000, 100,000, depends how big you were, 500 tons. And now you will buy just 10% of this. The rest you will keep on reusing. Tell me if there is any industry in the world who can do the same. There is no industry in the world who can be so circular as we can. So that's my message. The design of DRS, there are experts, there are very good professionals around. It's not a problem at all to design. We are designing now in Slovakia, and I'm sure Slovakia would be amazing good system because can learn from all the others. And the next one who come would be even better because we learn also from Slovakia. But let's not forget that we have to put in place also the rest. And the rest has been thought in advance because have to be part of the design of the deposit system itself if we want to come to circularity. So big congratulations to Lithuania, big congratulations to Norway, but now we need to complete the circle. What has been done so far is not enough. We don't have just to collect. We need to recycle, all in food grade, so no downcycling, no textile, nothing. Sorry for the guys, the recycler of fibers. I think you have to forget about our material. And put it back into the bottle and reuse it for our product. But importance, all food grade, if you not use it for your bottle, someone else will use it for food grade production. And this means avoiding the downcycling of the material. So that's my message and for today, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Alexandro. Finally, I'd like to turn to Julia. Julia comes from Romania with the Brewers Association of Romania. Romania has legislated deposit return. We don't have big specifics, but I'd like to ask you, Julia, you've just heard about all the experiences this morning from countries and engagement from producers. Can you offer some guidance from the brewer's perspective on managing the dialogue with market actors and tell us a little bit about how you're managing this new obligation that has been thrust on you by the government? And we have your presentation teed up.
Thank you, Clarissa, and thank you for the invitation to attend the event today. It has definitely been very interesting for me to follow the presentations that were delivered during the day and an eye-opener to a certain extent with regards to the best-in-class and best of the best DRS systems that are already functional across Europe. And I will definitely try to answer to each part of the question that you addressed to me. Just as a briefly mentioning the context in which we operate in Romania as brewers, we have a particular market in the sense that the beer market is 0.5% in PET, which is unlike other Western European markets, and that's mainly because when the market was developed, it was at the time when the PET technology was also available, and that led to a very important share of the market of beer also be placed in PET. At the same time, we are a large market in the sense of being the 7th largest market of beer within Europe. So this places a certain kind of burden on the brewers to consider the topic of DRS in the context of the new legislation, and I'm coming back to the slide now, that was introduced in Romania last year. And that was also a long debate, but not one that addressed the DRS as such. We discussed initially with the government that there would be a mandatory DRS system or deposit system for refillables, which has been in place for many years, for more than 20 years, as a voluntary system that was implemented by the brewers especially, since the refillables also are an important share of the total packaging that is being placed on the market in Romania by our sector. And only in the very last moment of the debates, we learned that not just that there will be a mandatory deposit system for refillables, but we will also have a timeline to implement a deposit system for one-way packaging also in Romania. And this is how we ended up with a law that sets up a time frame, which is March 2022, the deadline for implementing the deposit system for one-way packaging, but has no additional details put into the law that would allow the system to start operating in a way. So unlike our colleagues in Slovakia, who were invited by the government to take part in a very detailed consultation process, we were kind of confronted with a decision, and what happened next was that we actually took the responsibility to design this system. And where we are now is basically in the context of running a full detailed feasibility study to see how a DRS system can be implemented in Romania, what should be the local conditions that need to be taken into consideration, because of course we are looking as brand owners to the Scandinavian/Baltic models, from where we got inspiration, but at the same time we want to consider that Romania, when it comes to implementing a deposit system, will be the largest in terms of size of the market, the largest market in Europe to implement a centralized deposit system. And that of course brings certain challenges ahead. We need to consider how the geography of the country looks like, the split between the rural and urban areas, the very many remote areas where the system would have to be equally implemented, not just in the urban zones. At the same time, we still have an important share of traditional trade in Romania, which would make it difficult for an automatic system to be implemented, and that requires an important share of the manual collection to also be considered. So in a nutshell, there are many conditions that we think are necessary to be considered when getting to the point of designing a DRS system. And this is one part of the study, of the feasibility study that we have commissioned. Of course, it will also include a proposal for a DRS design, and simply because I mentioned the Scandinavian and Baltic models, as brand owners, we do consider a centralized system where the ownership of material belongs to the system, where the system is operated by producers with the involvement of retailers, and which has important fraud prevention mechanism in place to ensure that the system is efficient. Nonetheless, it is important from our perspective, again, as brewers, that the deposit value encourages consumers to, of course, to return the one-way packaging, but at the same time allow the reusable packaging to stay on the market, because, and then eventually included it in the DRS. Because, well, for the brewing sector, that's a very important aspect to consider, since 20% of our total packaging currently is refillable, and we fear that it would, getting a DRS in place might have a negative impact on the share of the refillables that we currently have. And finally, and that was, I listened with very much interest the panel before us, we want to understand better what will be the impact for the EPR schemes that are currently in place in Romania. So we have a third part of this feasibility study that is looking at the impact on households, on consumers, on the larger private infrastructure, retailers, recyclers, alongside other producers, but also on the local municipalities and the performance of the separate collection system that the local municipalities should have in place. Of course, there is certain specifics here in Romania that the local municipalities don't necessarily have implemented efficient systems to collect separately the packaging waste, but it has been brought to their attention that this is a source of money. And when we are discussing another system to come into the scenario, which would be the DRS, then it is already understood by an important part of the political representatives, of course, from the political parties, that it will be a loss of money once the DRS is in place. This is the structure of the team that we are working with, and I was very happy to see actually all of them present here today, almost, I think, with the exception of the local consultant. But what was very relevant for us was that we had access to as much expertise and information that is available in Europe. So we ended up by building this team of consultants that is managed by Reloop as a global center of DRS expertise, and it includes Earth Care, and we have listened to Rauno's presentation earlier today, one of the consultants that is working on the DRS system design for Romania, taking into consideration all the local specifics that I mentioned, and relying on Eunomia to also calculate the impact on the local authorities and the overall market. Now, we are in process of finalizing this study. We are in an ongoing discussion and dialogue. At the same time, as we are waiting for the final stage of the analysis, we are reaching out to the other parts of the market, to the soft drinkers in particular, because we aim to build a common solution that should be presented by Branos in front of the Minister of Environment. We think it's important that we come to a common conclusion and then, of course, engage the retailers and the Romanian Minister of Environment. specifically because we have concerns. We're looking already at how the system would cost us as in terms of the market size. Many of the brand owners have claimed that nobody will put €1 into this system unless there is a full and fair legal framework in place that would allow the system to be effective and efficient. And this is probably the biggest challenge that we have in Romania. I mentioned the lack of performance of local municipalities that we have currently. We do have a legislation in Romania that obliges local municipalities to put in place separate collection systems. This law is not implemented, and failure to comply with these legal provisions is not sanctioned either. And that is probably, as I said, the major challenge that we are facing. First of all, of course, to design a functional DRS system, but then to be able to implement it with the support of the government. And then coming back to the last part of your question, Clarissa, the dialogue with the government is something that is absolutely essential. And a continued dialogue to be able to put this system in practice is something that we are looking forward to.
Thank you, Julia. And just maybe reaching out to the other panelists a little bit about this dialoguing with the government. We have a situation going on in France right now, some of the other countries. I wonder if some of the other panelists can talk a little bit about what's needed for that dialogue with government. We have quite a few government officials in the room, so see this as a way to, make some requests in terms of the process coming forward. If some of you want to comment on the role of, yes, Salias, please.
First of all, what is needed is a political will. If you would start talking and trying to align all the interest groups, especially those industry, although they care, but the main business of any beverage producers is to produce and sell their beverages, not the packaging. Therefore, the decision makers, the top decision makers, they have, let's say, very surface understanding, and that very often based on rumors that it's very expensive. It's very expensive. It will drive consumption down, and that's it. And therefore, they start opposing if on just hearing the idea, if there is waste managers has their own say there. Waste managers saying that, you are taking the cream out of containers, these separate collection containers, taking most valuable materials. Retailers say, we want to convert our shops, nice shops, to the garbage places, to the landfills, exaggerating, of course, but they don't want to give the place to establish a point of return. But actually, what is needed is to go where it works, to see how it works, and especially for politicians, and then to apply the political will. Because the business people, the industry, or the major participants, retailers and industry also, the best thing is to go where it works. And now, for example, in Lithuania, we also had some skepticism from the members of the Brewers Association. Now they say, why shouldn't we done earlier? Why shouldn't we done earlier?
Somebody else? Vincent.
So this conversation about whether that's government, whether that's industry, is like the chicken and the egg. I think EU is setting the stage for clear goals. So that's creating an opportunity for a dialogue coming from both governments and industry. My view, from a very modest recent experience in different countries, is that the industry needs to know what they want. So we need to know what we want. And that takes time and alignment between different industry players. Exactly for the reason we mentioned earlier, is we're coming from a different world, which was the traditional EPR before, coming to a new world, which is DRS, which triggers a lot of new questions, which are sometimes complicated. So we need to align the industry, which includes retail. And I think in this panel, maybe one of the stakeholders missing here is retail. I mean, they have a significant role to play in this coalition building, in this alignment. which absolutely requires consultation, discussion, taking time, investing on time to align. I think one of the big issues we're seeing where maybe sometimes the situation is a bit tense is the consultation phase has not been of good quality. Because you have vested interest, of course. I mean, there is sometimes existing system. So you need to take into account and be inclusive of, you're disrupting existing models. And that's okay. But that needs to go through the right conversation. For me, there are like 2 or 3 things I'd like to build from what has been shared right now in terms of the well-designed model to be successful in this dialogue is, I think, which is paramount, is it needs to be a non-profit system. This is not a system to make money. This is a system to impact circular economy, and therefore nobody needs to be making money out of this. That's one thing. I think the conversation about ownership of material is wicked. As soon as you talk about ownership of material, you start to get backlash and frustration. Who's owning this? Well, the conversation should be elevated. It's not about owning the material. It's about creating multiple loops. What's the best application to create the circular economy from bottles and cans? If it's another application but bottles and cans, so be it. If it has a very good, environmental performance coming with circularity, perfect. Today, it's bottle and cans. So today, it's fair to say the best application to create the perfect loop is bottle and cans. And so that elevates the conversation from just being, I'm taking the ownership of material, I'm stealing this material, or moving it away from recycling industry who are living out of it today, or municipalities who are selling it. This is not the point. The point is really about creating multiple loops. So what's the best application for this? And that needs to be a neutral, factual conversation about the best environmental footprint. And third, I think consumer is at the heart of the system. Because if consumers find it difficult to use, this will never fly. I think they are at the heart of the system. We need to build systems which are super easy, convenient, as much as possible, of course, to consumers. It was very well said, I guess, by the Nordic system. Everywhere you sell, you take it back. There needs to be a granularity in terms of capillarity, in terms of where you bring this back. This is just paramount. And I guess in a well-designed system, this should be really well thought through, whether it's machines or whether it's manual. The power of deposit is not coming from machines. I mean, we have great machines producers in Europe, but it's coming from the basic principle: when you put money, you bring the bottle back. So that needs to be really well thought through, and that's totally possible. Sometimes complicated, but totally possible.
Anyone else want to?
Can I add two? Because then we cover them all.
Yeah.
So,
you have to press your button.
Yeah, sorry. We already heard several key elements of what constitutes a well-designed deposit system. So if I can add two, I think we've got them all. One is that it is absolutely critical to have it on a national scale, right? We've got countries, member states in the EU that are, let's call it, slightly divided, but having deposit systems on a regional scale is extremely complicated. And this morning, with all due respect, with the Scottish presentation, the only thing that wasn't mentioned, even though the word country was used, I mean, that may be true in the UK and even in a GB perspective, but from an industry perspective, with free flow of goods, you have to be very, very mindful that it happens within the boundaries of a nation state. That's very important, because the costs that have to be added otherwise are very, very significant. I think the other element that I want to put in, which hopefully puts some ease between the different packaging materials, because I mean they are in competition as well, and sometimes quite fiercely, is that within a deposit system, like in an EPR system, there needs to be applied a net cost principle and no cross-subsidization between materials, right? So for PET and aluminium, which is kind of the base of every deposit system, they both carry their own costs and they both carry their own proceeds, right? It's their own kind of P&L within the deposit system. Any other material or any packaging form that's added, including glass, if, rather not beverage cartons or, refillable packaging, every single pack form bears its own cost. That's critically important to keep the fairness and the governance structure intact. So with those two, I think we've almost covered them all.
So just a quick follow-up on your point about regional programs. I want to take you to my country of residence, Spain. We have 3 regions that have basically said they want to go forward with deposits: Navarra, Balearic Islands, and Catalonia. What about Spain? Shouldn't we go for a national program in Spain?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to take this opportunity finally to go to the audience and take questions from the audience, please, for the panel. So does anybody have a question? Not one question for this. Yes, the British guy in the back there, Dominic.
Dominique, you've been asking questions for years and offering. So what questions can you still have?
Yeah. Who's going to win? No. It's Hans's last point, really, about the materials, and I buy that in terms of the materials that are in the scheme. But you mentioned beverage cartons. I'm interested in the panel's view as to how, should we say, packaging formats that might compete with those that are within the system should be dealt with if they're not within the deposit system. In other words, how do you generate, should we say, fairness, equality of treatment, if not all competing containers are in the scheme?
I know it's a very sensitive topic, Dominique, but frankly, with the new regulations in place, so the new waste packaging and packaging waste regulation, and under the Waste Framework Directive, of EPR, I believe that also materials that remain, if you like, under EPR schemes, will ultimately find their own ways of becoming sustainable, and also ultimately we have to pay for it in those systems. So for me personally, and this is N is 1, I don't really mind having specific formats in or out. It's very important that if you want to have an effective and an efficient DRS, you have to be very mindful, about the scope and what the materials are being turned into. So personally, I have no problem with the kind of potentially disturbed level playing field. But maybe others have a different opinion about that, or anyone else.
Anybody else want to comment?
I think that, I agree with your comment that it needs to be studied within the context of the local economic closed loop circle, because it depends where you are going to sell your product. It depends whether you are going to create some imbalance in the economic circle as well of the specific sale of the particular product, and because then it would create other issues. For example, with beer not being treated the same as soft drinks are being treated. So I think there is no one blanket statement. While I, in principle, agree that every package should be economically carrying its own costs, I think it needs to be put into the context of the whole industry and the whole economic scenario. Because otherwise, I don't think that is a one-size-fits-all statement.
I was triggered by the remark from Hans van Bochhoven about if there's going to be a system, it's best to implement it on the national level, at least. Right now we're in Brussels, and the Brussels authorities, it's in the new Brussels Coalition Agreement that there's going to be a DRS scheme in this region for plastic bottles and cans. And in Belgium, it's the regional authorities that have the authority to make this decision. So the Walloon region has said we're basically in favor of it, Flanders has said, we're not making that decision at the moment yet. So what is the position right now of the producers to deal with a case such as Belgium, which, in all fairness, I mean, even though I don't think it's ever going to achieve the 90% selective collection of plastic bottles, it has probably the best performing system in Europe when it comes, alternative performing system in Europe when it comes to the collection of those bottles.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you've just I think highlighted, the tension between having a well-informed or well-performing, relatively well-performing packaging recovery organization and the desire by governments of whatever level to have introduced the deposit return system. I mean, ultimately, it depends a little bit about the political powers at play, but also to your point about, where does industry want to play? And this is a typical case whereby the obliged industry, should be well advised to do its homework. So to basically understand, what is going to be the impact of one system or the other on the effectiveness, and that means the quantity and the quality of the material that comes out, particularly if that same industry is on the specific regulations for using recycled content and collecting a certain number of bottles, and vice versa, what does it mean financially? And that is where they have to make up their mind and basically choose a side. That is ultimately where it will end up with. But back to the original question, I mean, a country with basically 3 or 4, governments plays back into the design element. It needs to be on a national scale. It's impossible. I mean, I'm referring back to the comment that Vincent made from Danone about Turkey. I think we're now in a situation whereby the Turkish government is suggesting how many DRSs? 21?
20.
To come out sensible is if industry, aligns. And that goes for any market. And the same goes for Romania. I mean, if you talk to the market, do it with one voice. Do it with one set of data. Do it with one, study and come out with a solution. This is how we're going to do it. And dear government, instead of working for years on design and consultations, just give me a date, give me a rate, give me a deposit, and then leave it to me as the obliged industry to set it up. And please don't bother anymore, don't interfere. Just test me every year, every now and then, on whether I'm delivering or not. That's simple.
Just before leaving, I want really to stress and enforce what Hans is saying, that because we are talking how successful models, best-in-class models. First of all, it cannot be regional, cannot be non-centralized like 21. It has to be country centralized, and then it has to be efficient. I mean, first of all, non-profit. It means definitely there are partners. Outsourced who try to benefit, to make profits, and that's natural, but we have to control it, and it has not be no cross subsidies at all. All our packages, all our fees, like industry fee and retail handling fee, is based per material, and therefore it's 2 key elements. It has to be central, it has to be efficient, non-discriminatory on any packaging, and non-profit. Yeah.
In the back there, and then
Yes, hello. I'm Wolfgang Kringel from Tomra. Just a quick comment on Turkey. It would be crazy to have 21 systems. I fully agree, Hans, of course. But I was in Istanbul about 3 weeks ago at a conference, same amount of people in the room, completely focused on Turkey, with the Vice Minister for Environment and the people who work on the system design for the government. And my impression was they want to have one nationwide clearinghouse system organized by the government. So in our terminology, which we use here, one central organized system, which is owned by the government, and that's something we can dispute, and I'm also not a big fan of that, but one central body. And then they want to do some call for tenders on so-called network operator or collection point operators. And here they may split Turkey in several regions. But that is something which, for example, New South Wales in Australia has also done with one central system operator by retail industry and several collection point operators. And if that is 21 or not, I have no clue. But if that is what you're referring to, that is not crazy, in my opinion.
Wolfgang, would you place New South Wales or any of the systems there in, let's say, best-in-class DRS systems that we would have invited here to share, their great experience with us?
No, but not for the reason that it's a collection network operator point, for the point that the money material flow on central level is not a good one.
Yes, before asking my question, I would like just to answer to your aspect regarding regional level, etc. I agree with you that, yeah, it should be also a European level, maybe, I don't know. But what it's important to know, for example, in Belgium, I'm Belgian, I can tell you that you report national data towards the EU, but at regional level, you have completely different performances. And as Secretary General of ACR+, we are trying more and more to have this data collection at regional level to adapt and to tailor the policy at regional level, because you have very different performances within Europe, within a simple country. North of Italy is not south of Italy, the same in Spain, etc. So for us, it's also important. And I don't know the details for Brussels. For sure, you have a certain colors of political party now at the power. But I think it's also the idea to use all the possible instruments to increase the collection rate and also the quality, because we didn't speak a lot before regarding municipality, but also the quality. And for sure, Brussels is not the best student in the class, even if it's in Belgium. So this is my little precision. And Scotland is a nation towards the UK law, so they have quite a lot of competencies, like also Catalonia, etc. So when you speak about region, you have also to make the difference between the different member states, because some regions, they have a lot of competencies. And so you have small countries like Lithuania or Estonia, maybe it could be comparable in terms of market. Just to give that. My question is regarding maybe the Romanian study and what to do with the informal sector, because we are concentrated mainly in Europe with how to combine existing EPR schemes with DRS and etc. In a lot of countries, and because we are active also not in Europe, we are facing the problem, and municipalities, I mean, we have the informal sector. We have a certain number of families living thanks to the collection of those plastic bottles. And so I still think that it's a very good instrument, especially in those countries when you have nothing else. But how do you face, or how do you tackle this problem? What are the solutions to include or to solve the problem of the informal sector, and of course this social aspect also for municipalities?
So I don't know about that for sure. Romania, I don't know the Romanian model too well, so I won't speak for Romania for sure. But we're talking about Turkey. There's between 500,000 to 1 million people, formal, informal, working out of this. Outside Europe, this is the ball game. Outside Europe, Indonesia, Latin America, Asia, many geographies, I think this is the issue to crack. And I guess one of the challenges that, so I don't have a silver bullet right now, but we're very actively trying to find a silver bullet or a golden bullet to this. If we can crack this, I think this is amazing. So I guess one of the challenges that might be on the table for all of us is how can we harness the power of the return principle, the concept of I have a deposit, when I buy the bottle, I return it somewhere to get the money back. Two, I'd say this, a non-machine-based, machine can play a role, definitely, but a non-machine-based, a manual inclusiveness of waste pickers. It's complicated, it needs to be looked geography by geography. EU might be touched by this issue, but probably much less to other geographies in the world for sure. And if we are able to provide solutions that could be, waste pickers can become formal to a certain degree. They can get more value out of that bottle that they pick and bring back, get more money out of this, that we could then be much more inclusive. But you might know that in some of those geographies, if you're informal, you don't want to be formal sometimes. And that's a part-time job, and maybe you don't want any constraint. This is the hard reality of what we're facing. Having said that, I feel this is a significant territory for new models in the future. And I think we need to accelerate the work there, because if we're able to crack this, the big issue of the 6 countries generating 75% of plastic waste in the ocean in Asia might be at sight. Like, we can crack the model. There's a lot of issues, including, how can I put this? We're talking about municipalities in EU. The way the systems run in some of those geographies is sometimes a bit complicated. So it's super disruptive in a world where you're really challenging vested interests. So all of that equation needs to be looked at very carefully. But yes, it's a major topic, and it.
Yes, hello, my name is Miquel Roset from Retorna, Spanish platform of NGOs and recyclers. About the waste pickers, I just wanted to bring something on the table. We have been for more than a year collaborating with NGOs from Latin America. And we are very happy to say that we're bringing to the table a lot of stakeholders. And our aim is to contribute to design a deposit system that really takes into account waste pickers as one of the main key stakeholders. Because at the end of the day, they are human beings, and I am very happy to have big industry players in this project, and I think we need to keep talking with some of the people that is in the room.
Thank you. Today and for sharing your insight. I think it was an extremely interesting day, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming, and please, as we move down this road of implementation, best in class, please reach out to Reloop. If we don't have the answer, we know who does. Take advantage of this resource, and we're happy to work with you in the future. And thank you all, and have a fantastic weekend. Thank you.
So thank you for organizing. Well done.
Thank you for coming and being so candid, and I hope we work together in the future.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Yeah. Nice weekend. Like you too.
Nice to meet you. It's okay.
Don't worry. We needed to go out.
Very, very interesting. I'm glad that Mel can put us in touch.
Indeed.
Hopefully we'll be back when it's fully implemented.
I want to come to you.
Yes. You host from. You've got my contact.
Yes.
So please be in touch and well done.
Before I run, thank you so much for the invitation and having us.
So, France, please feel free to call me. I'm quite active there now because Jacques Vernier is sort of asking me for information constantly, and I'm not afraid of the media. I think it's important that we get the right story out. I think it's being completely twisted in the media by municipalities. We just need to get the facts on the table.
I heard you loud and clear. So
gotcha.
Thanks.
Very, very well done. Hope you enjoyed it.
cartons, yeah.
But don't do it. And sometimes also
pouches.
Yes.
Yes.
And also a plastic can with aluminum top. So I was just wondering if it's a problem in some countries to also do the deposit on that.
It's not a problem to do it, but there has never really been a big interest because it has no value. But in my own country of Canada, it doesn't matter what it is, all beverage packaging is on deposit. So yes, they collect the cartons and the tetras, they recycle them, partially recycle them. The plastic with the metal, that I suspect if it goes into a deposit system, it'll get priced out of the market because it's very difficult to manage. Pouches, yeah, they can be collected, but they're not very recyclable, but they can still be collected. In Canada, yes, but in the schemes that they're talking about here, not so much, no.
Okay, because in Flanders it's really a big problem.
Yeah, you could put a deposit on it. It wouldn't be a problem. You just have to have the marking.
Because it's a different stream, you cannot recycle. You have the cans, the plastic, and then you have the pouches. So that was also my question to Coca-Cola. If they go more and more to the pouches to cheat the deposit system.
Thank you.
Probably
Thank
not.
you and goodbye. Very nice discussion. Thank you for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. Great stuff. I would be really interested in regarding this analysis you're doing. Regarding the global stuff. Ah, yes. I mean, it's not very, because I also because the government is right now, they're not at that level of discussion, so it's kind of a no discussion. And we think as a company we need to come up with solutions that work for all. So, not just lobby for industry. Sure. Have a vision for how it is a circular economy. Yes. We're doing the Brussels affairs and doing central groups. The markets we still have slightly lower share. That's why I'm very there's a lot of change. So it's basically
Sorry.